across the shore, and you see 20 miles of shoreline. So so you can see 10 miles to the left, 10 miles to the right, even beyond that of shoreline with your own eyes. And but then you look across the water and the earth is curving 3
Mm.
4 miles in front of you, but it's not curving to the left or to the right. Do you live like in a toilet paper roll or something?
I had a mathematician tell me once. I said, "How do you get a straight line, uh, a straight baseline on a curved surface?" And this is a mathematician. He draws a line on a piece of paper, and then he rolls up the paper into a tube and says, "Now I have a straight line on a curved surface." I guess the mathematician doesn't know the difference between 180 degrees and 360 degrees.
Yeah, I think the Globers say that the seas curving around the ball, the curvature of the earth. That means level. That when you're standing at the shore in let's say New York or whatever, the east coast of the U.S., and then you go to the east coast of Australia, that's sea level. Doesn't matter if it's curving; it's sea level, and it's a straight line.
Were there
Wait,
more Globers actually arguing before? Because it's like there's no argument anymore.
well, let's see. We have I be me, I be me, or you be you, or I be me. You've been unmuted. I be me, you be you. Welcome to the server. Anyways, when you talk about the let's say technology, or let's say aircrafts, or the military weaponry, when they talk about LOS, line of sight, and they use a laser to pinpoint a target, and that target could be dozens, or in some cases they say over 100 miles away from them, and they're pinpointing this target. Is this Are they pinpointing this target over the curvature of the earth? When they say line of sight, they don't talk about looking beyond the hump of the earth to see the target.
Kind of scares me, the idea of having a kid and having to teach them that they need to regurgitate this information while understanding that what they're saying isn't true. I feel like it could get them in trouble in school. Or it'll cause them to have some dysphoria where it's going to upset them or something, that they're being lied to.
Some people argue that you have to give your children to the government so the government can educate them. I will argue against that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Once you can go to many high schools, and you go to the 10th, 11th, or 12th grade classroom, and you could show them an upside map of the U.S., and you ask them, which country is this? And they'll tell you, I don't know. Many of them will not know geography or many things.
I feel like it would be a very easy fix if in school that they taught critical thinking and logic. For me to have my first exposure to logic and logical fallacies and biases, I had to take an elective in college. If we can teach kids how to think, they'll figure it out on their own.
I think that's true because obviously we learn from emulation, like with by observing things being done, so we can see that and let's say emulate it or repeat it, and we can learn from those kind of things. But if you're interested in some topic, interested in something, you can self thought, or you can go to an environment where you can learn something, and you but the school is so designed to kind of indoctrinate in a very slim way of thinking, and it's actually like a half of the brain thinking. It's not, you're not using the full potential, so it's kind of making children handicapped when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually damaging them, especially when you have to participate on this indoctrination. You have to let the authorities do medical research with your body and inject you with shit because you want to participate in this indoctrination. All right, take these needles. Yeah, you learn that schools can be a really good place to learn, and I'm sure that there is many schools out there that are very good, but I don't know about the public system. It's I will say, in my opinion, it's not the best place to go learn.
Yeah, that all started in the 20s in the U.S. at least, with during the Depression, Rockefeller redesigned the entire school system, starting with the medical schools. They took God out of teaching. They turned it into a standardized testing system. They really started it then with all the philanthropy, quote unquote, of Rockefeller. There's a really good book called The Leipzig Connection.
Making obedient workers. We don't want a nation of thinkers. We want a nation of workers. Because obviously education is a thing. You could develop, many children, many people, they have maybe this child wants to be an engineer, or he wants to work in the fields with food and that kind of stuff. There's needs for people doing different tasks, right? And you can actually find all sorts of people in the world that will want to do different things, right? Within a community, you find all kinds of people that will want to do kind of like a different thing, and you can kind of cultivate that because there's different tasks that has to be done within a community, and that can be a way of educating people. But this forced indoctrination system, that when you go and sit down inside a brick building for most of the day, when the day should be to be outside experiencing the reality of the world, instead of being most of it inside a brick building with a bunch of antennas radiating into your brain. and your body full of injected chemicals and heavy metals. But anyways, I don't know why there's a how do you say there is an epidemic of sick children these days. Who knows why, right? Um, but I think even though there is a place and a time to sit down and read a book and kind of go through the literature to look at the information, but it shouldn't be only that. It should be a practical thing. You should be out there. You should go out there and do the practical thing, not just the thesis or the reading all day long.
Everything in moderation.
I I remember like a family member. She since she was in school and she got a homework, and the homework was about uh, the history of Pablo Escobar. Here in the U.S., we're talking about history class in the United States. Her homework was about Pablo Escobar, a whatever boogeyman they picture in the TV, right? This drug lord, right? Whatever drug lord, mafia from Colombia. Do you think she will? I mean, gather anything objective or practical or anything good from studying the history of Pablo Escobar?
I guess it depends on the context that it's taught. If they're guided to learn about. What grade was it?
It was she was like 11. Yeah. So
11. Oh, so it's like 6th grade, beginning of junior
Mhm.
high. I don't know, I'm sure there's some morals to learn from it, but it has to be in the right context. It could
But
also
isn't
they
that
could be
propaganda?
glorifying it.
Isn't the story that we got from Pablo Escobar, whatever the news and his story one that they wanted to be? What will you do with that story about Pablo Escobar in your practical way of things? Like, what morality are you gonna learn that this guy, whatever in the news, they picture this guy as a mass murderer, drug dealer, and a bad boogeyman. But
Is that not what he was?
well, when you talk to locals from his area, he built schools and houses for the community, and thousands of people back then loved the guy because he was a community person. But
Things that the government never did for them.
Bill Gates is a big philanthropist. Rockefeller is a philanthropist. Hillary Clinton's a philanthropist who builds and helps and donates.
yeah, so I don't see the point of.
Nobody's going after them.
It's
What's
similar
that?
to the books that they open in the school, and they're talking about the Civil War and the World War and the heroes that die in all of the wars. They what they teach in the school most of the time, even in history, is this portrayed war history, death, war, epidemics, and a bunch of BS that I actually I will question most of it myself.
As you should.
That Christopher Columbus proved that the Earth was a globe because he used a globe map to traverse the Atlantic Ocean and reach the Americas, right? So he proved that the Earth wasn't flat. That's the first time that I ever heard someone saying flat Earth. It was a teacher saying that Christopher Columbus proved the Earth wasn't flat because he made it to America and he didn't fall off the edge. So yeah, my teacher taught me something good. That's how impractical some of the public school teachings are.
I mean, now they're teaching kids before they're even developing a sexual identity that they can change their gender.
Bro, they're not just teaching them that. They bring in men dressed as women to the school and dancing stripped
Oof.
half naked in the school to tell them, hey, this is okay to do. And if you feel like you know you're not the gender that you were born into, you don't have to be that. You can be this drama, whatever male woman dressing thing, and yeah, you can do that. Why will they be teaching this in school to any children? The rainbow thing, the pride thing is being promoted in school like nothing else. I mean, I don't have an issue that people that do that, but in school teaching it to children and talking about what they believe sexuality is or is not. I don't know. It's I don't think it's the place for that.
I think personally that they're trying to destroy family values. They're trying to make people sick, mentally ill. It's well known that people who suffer from gender dysphoria, they also suffer from depression, higher suicide rates. In medical literature, there are a lot more diseases in the MSM population, which stands for men who have sex with men. So these are not healthy things to be teaching kids.
I bet. It's all over the place. Which in your private life, if you want to do that, perfect. But why are you pushing it to children?
It's very disturbing.
Have no problem. If that's what you want to do, that's your own personal life, perfect. All good. But don't be coming to my child's school and telling my child that he is a boy, but if he wants to be a girl, it's okay.
They won't even say he's a boy.
Oh. That's I don't think that was school is supposed to be, obviously. Like it's another propaganda thing that they've been pushing lately. It's all brought to you by your tax dollar. You're welcome. Pay your taxes and shut up.
Oh, hello, beautiful.
Hello, beautiful man. How are you?
How are you? How are you guys doing tonight?
Doing okay. How about yourself?
Pretty good, buddy. Thank you for asking.
Good, good. Glad to hear you again. We have Cram Liker. Cram Liker. You've been unmuted. You can open your mic and say hi.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Cram Liker? What brings you to the Flat Earth Discord?
Flat Earth.
But you have a globe in your icon.
Yeah, it's exploding globe.
It's an exploding globe. That's one of the most exciting things that happen with a globe when you see it exploding in the cartoons and the movies. Everybody gets like their hearts are breaking apart. Oh, the globe is it's exploding.
Yeah, it is
now.
also a cartoon globe. So
Yeah. Think about when you see a planet exploding in the movies, like they build up this scene and it's about to, something happening. There was something that was done that is gonna cause the planet to explode and be destroyed, and millions or billions of lives are gonna be lost. Doesn't that trigger you emotionally when you see those scenes in the movies?
I have a question for you guys, though.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys ever heard of or listened to Crow 777?
Yeah, I've seen a few of his videos.
Yeah, it's kind of how I got onto the Flat Earth. Quite a while ago, he had a guy on, Robert Bassano. You ever heard of him?
Yes.
What happened to that guy?
I'm not sure what happened to him. Did he die? I'm not sure. I don't know what happened to him. One of the videos that I remember from Crow 777. I think the first video I saw from him, he was talking about this. I don't know what was happening here, but the moon wave. Do you remember that the moon wave?
They actually got those waves on some of the planets as well. There's a guy called Taking Back Space, and he uses like a super expensive, high quality telescope, and he streams footage of these planets and stars, and he captured a wave. I think it was Jupiter. It is weird. There's no explanation or mainstream explanation for what these waves are. Have you guys heard of any explanation?
It's
I've
just a
heard-
glitch in the matrix.
Apparently, I guess they're connected to the equinox.
Hmm.
Or at least that's what Crow thinks.
It's an interesting phenomenon.
Oh yeah, very.
Well, in the lighting world, we have refresh rates and we have lens changing. That all occurs in lighting.
Well, you say that, and from what I observe from down here, what I see from the luminaries above and the phenomena that we observe, I will say there is some sort of multi-layer lensing effect. So I think what you're saying maybe has to do something with that.
Yep. Yep. It sounds like the same kind of thing. Like I was laying out in the forest today in my natural state, and I feel the sun just right down, like my tummy, you know? Like if something was 93 million miles away and the light is being diffused by trees, how how in the hell could this thing produce like heat that I can actually, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Well, maybe it's a non sequitur. I don't know.
Well, there's this thing called gravity, and gravity is attracting the heat towards your tummy because you have a big tummy. So mass attracts mass.
Actually, no, I don't have a big tummy because, okay, James Brown parody coming up. Starving in America. Huh, get up, thou. You got your $5 gas, yeah. You got your $20 groceries. Couple of bites. That's all you get.
$5 gas. I wish. Mine's hitting 7.
I know. I was in Orange County. It's $6.70.
It's like $5.50 here in Illinois.
That's crazy.
It's 10:27 in the New England.
10:27. Really? Yeah, man. It's already 19:28 now. Here on the West Coast. I bet I could point to Jemsy and he could point back at me and we'd be pointing right to each other.
Man, if we got on top of the highest peaks in this, you and your area, me and my area, and we have this powerful enough laser, maybe we can point to each other.
Well, no, what I'm saying is more kind of in a general way that, like, if we were actually pointing in the directions towards each other, our arms would basically be horizontal to the ground. And our arms would both be horizontal to the ground. One wouldn't be pointing down into the earth because of a curve. 3,000 miles. How much curve is that in 3,000 miles? Let's check that out.
Was that 6 miles of curvature? No. I mean, 3,000 miles.
It would be more than that. It would be quite a bit more than that.
I'm thinking 300. I'm thinking 300.
Let's see how much drop curve calculator. Which is the best? Is the GitHub one the best one? Oh, that's pretty good, I guess. Eye height. Well, let's put it at 200 feet. And 3,000 miles. So the target hidden height, 5,268 women. Yep. 5,268,689.713 feet. Your distance to the horizon at 200 feet is only 17 miles. Boy,
You see, Sonny, this is exactly why I don't like thinking about the globe, because I think that's thinking about the globe causes brain damage.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's think about the Earth as actually the way it is, the way we experience it. How crazy is that? That you guys think Earth is exactly the way you experience it?
You think the Earth is actually the way it presents itself? That is nonsense.
Crazy talk.
Stupid flat earthers.
That is how you know it is a spinning globe, because it looks flat and it feels motionless. Therefore, it is a spinning globe.
It looks so fake. That's how you know it's real.
Yeah, whatever happened to the car?
Oh, the car is already to that point in the solar system that we cannot locate it through satellite geolocation.
What do you guys think the world would be like if we all accepted that it was flat?
Well, it's not about accepting that it's flat, because the world is way more than a word or a description, right?
Like, if everyone agreed that yes, it's flat, and you need containers, like what would it be like?
It would be interesting, because if people accepted that, then they would have to, think about other things, and who knows, man.
I imagine this like amazing renaissance.
Part of me thinks not much would probably change, just because people seem to just not care about anything.
Some people would just jump out of the buildings because they love their gloves so much.
They just get
They want
distracted back to
Star Trek to be
shit.
so real.
It is possible that the globe propaganda and the people that believe the Earth is an actual globe, it's possible that that's the minority. It's just a thing that is in the mind, because you don't use the globe for anything. Well, maybe to make T-shirts and images and movies, anime stuff. You might use it for that. But
Yes.
in the practical sense of things, nobody's a glober. Nobody uses the globe for anything.
Yeah, they don't, but it's like a unspoken truth to them.
Satellites, they orbit.
Well, you can have an orbit of an aircraft doing a circle above your head.
Yeah, but it has a balance between velocity and gravitational pull.
You think satellites are on balloons?
I've seen satellites on balloons. I've never seen a satellite in space.
There definitely have devices that are hooked to balloons and sent to the upper layers of the atmos. There's definitely such a thing. But
Yeah.
Well, Google is coming out with their program to bring internet to Africa, and they just show a bunch of routers on balloons.
yeah,
Yeah.
they might just have a bunch of new towers all around the area, and they'll say, yeah, satellites from space is a bunch of towers.
Well, they were actually advertising they're going to use balloons. They were showing like prototypes and how they're saying that these balloons can stay up there for like months. Like, they're just saying, like, yeah, we're going to put balloons up and give internet to Africa.
Yeah, why would you use balloons if you can put them in orbit?
Yeah, they actually. I have a Robert Pisamo video from his channel Planete Veritas. I think that's how it goes. I'll post that about the satellite balloons. He researched that very well, laid it out exactly what the programs are called and what devices are on these. And every satellite has a balloon with the same name and the same equipment. How about them apples?
But what about the practicality of such a device that can you actually service, transfer the amount of data? What's the wattage and the energy consumption of such a device? Can you actually do the transfers of data of millions of devices or whatever. And you say in Africa, I imagine you're talking about there's many countries in Africa, right? So which countries and how many millions or billions of people are gonna be serviced by these floating devices, and is there any practicality to what they claiming these things can do? If you're transferring that much information through a device, doesn't that stuff get hot? I mean, I don't know. It's don't you need like processing data that
Hold
takes?
there.
I think if you ask me, they're doing this with towers. That's it. Maybe a few things can be done with the SATA loons, but I don't know how much they can do with the SATA loons.
Yeah,
They-
I agree. And Bassano did a lot of good stuff with the Hubble, like researching that, and Sophia and all that stuff. Yeah, it's too bad he's not around anymore.
What made y'all go to Curly? Who talks last? It's your fault.
I was at a bar, started talking to these three guys about limitations of the horizon,
I thought
and
you
then
were
they
starting
called over their
to-
pilot.
Go ahead.
Oh, they called over their pilot friend, and I asked him how a sextant works and if he knew how to use it, and he said he did, but he forgot. And I said, "And so you understand that you need a right angle to the horizon, your GP point, to get the angle to celestially navigate." And he was just like stuck saying over and over, pilots don't use that. And I said, okay, I understand. And I'm not arguing whether they use it or not. I'm saying they could use it and it will work if they do. And he just kept saying, but they don't use it. I'm not going to argue with some guy who doesn't understand what pilots use. And I showed him my Air Force screenshots for my Air Force book on navigation. And his friends had to pull him away. I think they were embarrassed for him.
Also, you're a pilot?
Staunch Globey, he's not gonna let go of his globe kind of guy.
But it's funny, those three guys, they're like, you're blowing my mind right now. Like, what do you mean gas pressure needs a container? And like, then they call him over and it just got ugly. He's a pilot. He has authority. He sees curvature all the time. I was flying back and I asked the pilot on my way out of the plane, like, do you ever adjust for curvature 8 inches per mile squared? And she said, no. I'm like, so you just keep it level the whole time? She's like, yeah. I was like, have you ever seen any curvature? And she's like, when I fly further north, then I see curvature. I was like, huh?
What?
What does being north on the globe have to do with seeing more curvature? Things they come up with.
You'd think maybe the bottom in the south, because that's more pear shaped, right?
Pear shaped, and they always say, "Well, I see the pictures." Yeah, those perfectly spherical object pictures. But then when you want it to be pear shaped, it's pear shaped.
The best is the boats. People crack me up with that argument.
And you tell them that you can just zoom in and it comes back and there's a new horizon behind it, and it just like stare at you, and then just deny it. Say no. Yeah, it makes me want to get a P900, P1000, so I can actually do it myself.
I'm not close to the ocean to do it. I got Lake Michigan, I guess, but no.
So, how you pronounce your name, man? Cram like.
What's
Is that right? I heard you. Were you the one mentioning Basano?
Yeah,
I saw him online somewhere like 6 months ago. I can't tell you where though. But I did see him online presence. But yeah, if you remember him, you've been looking at this for a while, huh?
I watched all his stuff.
So you're firmly off the globe. Is that what you said?
Pretty firm. I wouldn't say it's off the globe for sure. If it's
That's basically where I stand. Is it's definitely not a globe. What it is, I don't know. Go ahead.
yeah, exactly.
Fair enough, man. I was letting you know I saw Bisano like 6 months ago. I think he's not as active online, or I haven't seen him under that name. But he did some good stuff back 2016, 2017. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about when I started watching him.
But we know that at least the ocean is flat and level.
Yep, that's the natural behavior and physics of water, correct? That ends the globe right there. Done. Over with.
And we're measuring it with navigation.
Yeah, that's a solid thing too. The sextant, they successfully used that tool to navigate for hundreds of years before people thought about the globe too. But then can't use it on a globe. That's a problem.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around our atmosphere spinning with the globe either. That's a tough one.
Atmosphere glued on by magic gravity while it zips around 5 or 6 different vectors or whatever it is.
All the meanwhile, gas never pools at the bottom of containers.
Exactly. People don't like challenging their beliefs, though, man. They get mad. I've been into almost a few fights over just pictures of Earth.
All I can tell you is try not to let it escalate. If people are going to get that triggered, man, just leave it be. That's what I do. It ain't worth fighting physically over. Just wake the fuck up. Just pay some attention to your actual reality. Is that too much to ask people? Go look at a body of water, measure something, do something. Anyone will shut up.
People don't seem to care, man.
And then eventually, even if everyone agrees that it's flat and level, then they just won't care again.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's probably what would happen.
Well, I would say that hopefully at least a small percentage of them will have experiences kind of like we have, where you're like, oh shit, this is reality, and you know this place is created, and you're not some random speck of nothingness in the middle of nothing. You know,
Yeah, I don't know. The more I think about it, I think probably a good chunk of people would, yeah, their eyes would open up to other things as well. But I mean,
hopefully
it's
more
always
people will be awakened spiritually. You know, is what I'm trying to say.
well, right? No, that too, you know. But yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting.
How many generations would it last? Probably not that long.
However long reality lasts, who knows?
There's gonna be some dope conjunction of wandering stars on the 24th. Next time will be in 20 or 40 years.
There's a big one happening. There's a big one happening pretty soon, or what?
Yeah, June 24th. And like 5 of them are gonna line up.
Yeah, I like those. I think they say that pretty often that oh it's gonna happen and it won't happen, but I think those events do happen uh kind of often, and maybe in a different alignment or whatever. But I remember someone saying the same thing multiple times in the past, like, "Hey, the planets are gonna align, and it's not gonna happen again like that in I don't know how many years." But that's been said so many times by now that I hear it happening more often than they say it happens.
I guess they're unique events though.
alignment or whatever. But I remember someone saying the same thing multiple times in the past. Like, hey, the planets are gonna align, and it's not gonna happen again like that in I don't know how many years. But that's been said so many times by now that I hear it happening more often than they say it happens.
I guess they're unique events, though.
Maybe at the angles that it happens, it's a little different, right?
Like
So
sometimes they're closer together than others too. So you can have a conjunction that is the closest it's ever been for like a very long time. So like they're really close together. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many different variations.
Mm-hmm. But you see, there is a correlation, something, the sun and the moon. Like when you look at most of the planets, they're always near the sky of the sun and the moon.
I'm not
like
sure I
Venus,
followed you.
Like when you talk about the planets or the wandering stars, you will mostly, for my understanding, you're gonna find them near the moon sky, near the moon, like Venus, and sometimes you see, I think, what was it? It's Venus and another one that you see normally near the moon, and then near the sun, you also see by the sun setting or the sunrise, you're gonna see planets, but it's near the sky that is the sunrise or the moon sky. I don't know. Do you see the most of the luminaries just randomly in the sky, away from the moon and the sun? It's mostly
If I go in
near
the desert, if I go in the desert and I got the moon on one side, and then I can just turn around 180 degrees and look at the sky that's the complete opposite of the moon, and I'll probably see a mad amount of stars.
Yeah, stars, but I'm talking about the wandering ones, what we call the planets.
Yeah, I think so, but I never really paid attention. But I would think you would.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most of the time that when I kind of look at those luminaries, the wandering stars, the planets, somehow you find them in relation. I would say
on the general area of the moon, close to the moon.
Yeah, the moon or the sun. Yeah, the moon or the sun. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're spinning around the sun. That's why.
So yeah, that's what they say. But when you think about it, multiple layers above, let's say lensing, there's some type of lensing effect from where the light or the cause of the light is passing through and causing this prism, right? Because we see luminaries of different colors, like Mars is red, and there's other luminaries that have expressed their different colors and shapes, whatever, right? So multiple layers above, we observe. So the light will be going through multiple angles and changing angles, and depending on which the layer that is going through, you might be seeing this hot spot that you could call the sun, the moon, as an image, or the wandering stars. I think there's some relation to whatever layers above and the light going through from above, heaven, whatever people call it, the heavens above, the source of the effect that we observe. So just like if you shine light through a glass, and this glass has multiple layers of glasses, you're gonna see that light being reflected in multiple in the glass. You're gonna see the reflection of the light.
multiple layers of the glass, but the source of that light is one source, which is above, outside of the glass.
Well, so you're saying there's going to be like a hot spot on each layer, kind of? Is that what you're saying?
Kinda. I don't know exactly, but that we can demonstrate that down here, can we? Can we, right? We can kind of demonstrate that.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. But when you think about it at the how you say the level above our heads, like the skies and the heavens above, that the cycles that we see of the luminaries every year and the way they move, and it's obviously not random, they move in cycles, which I guess design. So to be able to observe those effects and those angles and everything we see, that construct above, it has, for me, the features that it has is a multi-layered thing. But yeah, that was my point. It's kind
I
of
used
when you look. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna go a little off topic. I was using an infrared laser thermometer and actually and I had it calibrated for stainless steel, and would check the temperature of stainless steel in the moonlight and the shadow. And I personally have measured a difference in the moonlight versus the shadow, and I think it would be really fun to do a live event here where we get parabolic solar cookers, which are used to make ovens up to 400 degrees using sunlight, and get two of them, one facing the moonlight and one not, and see what happens to the temperature of a thermometer inside of the vacuum tube
That's interesting.
that's harnessing all the light.
I've seen those. That could be a cool experiment. But do you think that those ovens are gonna react to the moonlight?
I don't know. I think so. I mean, just exposing a stainless steel bottle to the moonlight caused a measurable change on the surface. And then when I turn it around, it reacts accordingly and gets colder in the light. So if we can minimize external variables using a vacuum tube and then increasing the amount of supposedly re-radiated sunlight off of the moon onto these parabolic mirrors that can bring it all into a point on this tube, which is designed to insulate energy, I think we could make an effect and we could see some change. And based off of my anecdotal experience, my rough test, it was I think it's going to make it colder. I don't know if I'll be freezing water, but something's going to happen to that thermometer in there, and I think it's going to get cold. But so
what about this? What about, hey, real quick? What about this? I've seen people that make like a cooking device that uses just sunlight, because this is I guess reflecting the sunlight into a point that will cause this chamber. Okay, to heat up, right? So exactly, if you do it with the moonlight, that's very interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting.
Turn it into a fridge.
So
no, to measure to see if the moonlight does a change in the temp.
Right.
But you're gonna put a thermometer outside and inside the chamber.
Yeah, and inside of one that's not harnessing moonlight.
Yeah.
So then the hypothesis would have to say something like, if the moonlight is re-radiated sunlight, then the harnessed light energy should be warm or should heat up the tube. It doesn't heat up the tube. In fact, it makes it colder. So then the moonlight is not re-radiated sunlight.
Yeah, exactly.
So in a dynamic system where there's an input from the outside of the enclosed dynamic system, if there's an input, there could be if there's an in, there's an out for energy. So the sun as an input of heat, and the moon as an outflow of temperature.
That same heat, supposedly.
Because
it has to be some heat.
If you make a terrarium, you could seal it completely and have a light outside of the terrarium, inputting the light into it. And that heat that is being caused is also moving away from it, out of it as a flow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If I put my left hand next to a fire and then I bring my right hand next to my left hand, it's not going to be colder. The moon shouldn't be colder. It should be providing some warmth, not the opposite. It's like I put my right hand next to my left hand that was next to the fire, and my right hand starts to get cold by being next to it. Like,
yeah, but you're talking about the sun and the moon, and you're talking about the moon, and you are a variable, and the sun and the moon are two other variables that are not your left or right arm.
But if we assume that the same way that an arm would reflect and absorb energy and heat, the moon would as well, if it's what it is they say it is. So if we're measuring...
When I talk about the sun and the moon, I cannot put them as a left and right arm, even though they cannot do their own cycles. Like you can control your left arm and do a movement with your left arm, and then your right arm, you can do another movement with it.
Well, let's just put a rock next to a fire. Then the rock is the moon, and then the fire is the sun, and you're going to measure heat coming off of that rock, not a cooling effect.
Yeah, you wouldn't even have to do any measurement. Just take the rock, move it, and put your hand by it, and you can feel the heat coming from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the moon is right.
So during the day, I've been next to like brick buildings, and you can feel the heat from the brick building, and if you touch it, it's warmer than the air.
Exactly.
Around you. So when you go to the night, you feel the wall colder than the air around you. It could be. But you do feel things that are colder during the night, right? Instead of during the day that you feel the opposite. Most things you feel them warmer.
But is that just because the sun is not there, or is it because the moon is actually having a cooling effect?
Think about it that the sun is because the moon is. You need a light and a shadow, a positive and negative, in and out, to have either or in many ways. So can you have the sun without the moon in this design system and closed system? And you have just the input without the output, or the flow without the flow?
I don't think so.
Yeah, if that kind of makes sense as to why it would be cold. So is it if you look at a battery, then is it develop heat on the positive end and like cooling on the negative end? Imagine the whole thing just gets hot.
If it just gets hot, it wouldn't be what it is that we are standing on. There has to be a flow, obviously, but light doesn't have to be. It causes an effect on the environment, right? And it causes things to excite, the gases to excite, and what is a gas that might be, or a material that might be liquid in the heat, it will be solid in the cold. So you do need a balance, but the light can be present. I think that the sunlight could be present into this environment. It could be present 24 hours a day, let's say, right? 24 hours a day. And it wouldn't necessarily harm the environment. You wouldn't need the night. Or do you? That's a question.
I wonder, I think some plants need the cycle to adjust their biochemistry. So if it's just all sunlight the whole time, it might not go through its own phases of like vegetation versus fruiting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you need one and the other
Mm-hmm.
to have, because the cause and effect relationship, and as an effect of those two, or we say the sun and the moon in an hour flow into the ground that we're standing on, this is the product. Plants, water warming up, the exchange of high pressure, low pressure, positive, negative. So it's necessary for the ecosystem to be happening. Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta go. It's good talking to you.
You have a good one.
See ya. I gotta get out of here too.
We gotta make that experiment though.
Appreciate you guys.
Likewise.
Hey, Mr. Globerman.
Me or rolling my boulder?
No, you. Do you have any math that you could like astound us with that proves a ball?
Sure.
All right. I'm prepared to be dazzled. Is everybody else?
Yeah, I'm on the fence. I want to know if it's flat or if it's a ball. I really do.
Now, is this math? Is it gravity math? Because that's the thing, right?
No, this is trigonometry.
You're just going to use triangulation with nothing but straight lines to do this?
No, I'm going to try to do math on a flat Earth and show that it doesn't work very well.
Wait a minute. We have to get past this point first. What do you mean no? How are you going to triangulate without straight lines?
I am triangulating with straight lines.
Oh, okay. And you're going to prove that straight lines...
I'm going to show that you come up with some odd results if the Earth is flat.
Uh-huh. You know, you come up with some odd results if the Earth is a globe, too.
They can be explained reasonably and rationally.
Really? But with evidence? With evidence or just with reason?
Reason and some evidence. Sometimes it depends.
They can be explained or they can be explained away.
They can be explained away. I mean, in order to disprove something, you need something that can't be explained away.
The globe proofs can be explained or they can be explained away.
The globe proofs can be, the proofs, the supposed evidence against the globe can be explained away.
So what you're saying is you can come up with any story you like to make what you want fit?
Yes, but the stories are generally reasonable and rational, so the story has to be good enough.
Okay, so as long as you can tell a convincing story, it's the truth?
Yes. Now, convincing can't be something like, oh, magical unicorns make it happen. So it has to actually fit some criteria, like it has to be reasonable and rational.
So you make up your own unicorns. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that if you use unicorns to explain something, that wouldn't be very convincing. So I would generally avoid using unicorns.
So you just create brand new mythological creatures.
I get to appreciate how he never once calls us out on a straw man, because that's what we've been doing for like 30 questions in a row. But like,
no, I'm trying.
No, I mean, you literally said, yeah, like whatever as long as it's a convincing story, it's the truth. Like you said yes to me about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doubling down.
No, that's the way that things work. That's how explanations work. If you can come up with a good explanation, it has certain features, like it seems reasonable, seems rational, matches the rest of the story. That's a description of a good explanation.
I want to hear it.
What specifically? I mean, there's a whole constellation of like ideas that we refer to, but
so the math that you're going to provide, I want to hear the whole story behind it.
Oh, sorry. The math I provided was a very simple triangle showing that it's unreasonable to think that the Earth is flat. It wasn't a proof for the globe. It was more like a debunking of the flat Earth.
Oh, the only way to do that would be to test against a flat Earth model, which nobody's ever provided.
Yeah, my debunking is a debunking of the flat Earth model that says that the ground is level. That's all that's in the model that I'm debunking.
It seems flawed to me.
Yeah, fair enough. That's what I'd expect you to say. So, yeah. But I would be curious in which way it's flawed. Actually,
can you explain it to us, the lemmings that don't understand how does that, explains that the Earth is not flat?
Okay, I posted 3 statements. Those 3 statements can't all be true at once, and so I think statement number 2 is false, but I'd be curious what you guys would say. Is it number 1 that's false or number 3 that's false?
Why is it that in this instance you're willing to take in pure geometry, but when we show you the fact that we see too far around a curve, you're like, yeah, but.
In this case, the angles are larger than 20. Ancient sailors tried to avoid shooting stars or shooting the angles of stars below 20 degrees to avoid refraction. And so in this case, refraction
Avoid
doesn't play a
refraction?
large...
What's refraction?
I'm saying we can ignore refraction in this case.
Oh, let's ignore refraction. How are you getting an elevation angle off a curved baseline?
A tangent, but I'm talking about...
No, not a tangent. There's not a tangent on the fucking Earth, clown fuck.
I'm not a
How do you define an elevation angle right now?
No.
No. You are a geometry denying fucktard.
Which of the 3 things do you think is false in...
Fuck off. Which 3 things do I think is false? Matthew has an IQ above 1. That's fucking false. Demonstrated countless times. You could just roll back every time you and I have met. I've drug you around by your short hairs and stuffed your dum-dum face in some horse shit. But you still continue to come back and train wreck yourself. Every time. You have to be some kind of masochist.
Guatemala and Montevideo. Okay, so how do we confirm this observation, Matthew? 2 is true. 3 is not true.
It kind of suckered Matthew into it this time. I'm not sure how long you were listening, but good timing, by the way. That was great.
About 5 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I interrupted. Was there another point to be made?
No, he was just being all like lonely there. He wasn't even talking. I just dragged him into the conversation and like pinned him against a corner, and then you came in and said, "Fuck you, Matthew."
I said more than that. When he can't even define what he's talking about, he gets muted. Oh, conversation. So you're going to have a nice, politeful conversation so you can piss down our backs and tell us it's raining. Let me ask you a question. If I turn around and catch you pissing down my back and others' backs with that pathetic little pecker you have, what makes you think I'm not going to rip that little fucker off? And why I'm not justified for just ripping the shreds out of that little fucking pecker? I'll have to get some tweezers, but still I'll rip it off. Tracking with me, Matthew?
I'm tracking, yes.
Yeah. Conversation. I'll give you a conversation. Fucking conversation. Yeah, that's Globetard speak for let me grease the skids with my horse shit that I made up. Right? So I can get to my ends of numpty dipshittery that contradicts each statement you make at every step. What's an elevation angle, Matthew?
So we were having a separate conversation. I'm sorry that I...
Fuck you. You said elevation angle. You're now going to have to define it. With citation, please. Because we ain't going to trust anything you fucking say. That's for sure. You believe you live on a spinning ball-tard. You're going to have to prove your shit. After that citation, we want a demonstration of it. That's another layer you're unfamiliar with. As a fucking professor at a university. Absolutely. You're just like, you're below most of the average skank and foul ball-tards. as a professor. Just like Danny, the dipshit astronomer. Where's that fuckwit at? Nathan called his ass out. You see him tell him Nathan Oakley called his dumb ass out. His complexity horse shit. You're going to get your ass handed to you like you've done thousands of times before. You know what? I might publish our 2016 conversation. I've been seriously considering that, although it goes against my better judgment since it was a private discussion. That's why I've held it for so long. But you're pushing the fucking brink. I'm going to expose your dumbass 2 weeks from Saturday. Your science acumen. I'm going to just expose your dumbass PhD fairy tale astronomy acumen. I'm going to pummel it right in front of God and everyone. Fucking clown.
So you date back with Matthew to 2016?
No, not Matthew. Danny.
Oh, okay.
Ironically, Danny was one of the first ballers I ran into. Surprising.
Like you guys went to the same school.
No, I just called his secretary. Shit, I wasn't 3 weeks into Flat Earth when I called his secretary and asked about his bullshit article. I can't remember it now. It's been so long.
Do you use those words when you spoke to the secretary?
No, I didn't use those. I was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Relatively nice. I didn't say, give me that fucktard Danny. I figured she'd hang up.
Good. What was his reply? You got to speak to him then, but that's private. You said a private conversation.
Yeah, he wasn't there at the time. But obviously he was on vacation. Yeah, that's what most of these people are on when I directly contact them. They're all on vacation. And then 2 weeks later, they fucking come back and ask me questions.
Can you give us like a short version of that conversation with a conclusion, maybe? Can you?
After it bounced all over the place. It was a really long email.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, super fucking long. That's why I haven't published it. It takes too much work.
Yeah, you're too busy. Your arms are busy using the throwing those arch. You're doing those sports now. Busy.
I can remember his one of his proofs right off the cuff was that the Earth was a ball because Christian astronauts affirmed it was so.
Wow,
that's the evidence you need.
Yeah, that was a new one on me. That kind of caught me off guard. Even a newbie into it, and even a greenhorn into it.
Yeah, possibly he gets a lot of kind of requests like that from, let's say, people from the church, and that's a overall good reply for most people, but not for Quantum, I guess.
Now he's shifted now into more everything he claims is it's more complex because you see to understand most of these things according to Danny, you have to be at least at graduate level physics courses. See, that's his little fucking game, right? So that's how he Jedi mind tricks Kentucky Fried Eating Christians about his horse shit. So he puts on an air like there's some secret fucking knowledge at graduate level physics courses that let you in on the secret knowledge of Coriolis effect, what fucking natural science is. You're a fucking clown. Danny.
He's saying the only way you can understand what he's saying is if you have like a diploma from a certain university and you pay for it.
He doesn't claim anything. That's where he stops.
Oh, yeah.
That's how he gets out of explaining. by saying that the secret knowledge. That's I've learned. What the fuck did he say? I didn't run into Coriolis effect until it was late years in physics. I think it was graduate level in physics. I ran into it. Implicitly meaning that no one understands the Coriolis effect unless you're at that level, right? So
he doesn't have to explain it because you're not at that level.
Right, exactly. No.
I'm not gonna explain it to you because you won't understand it. Like
exactly. You got it. Not only me, but everyone who hasn't attained that graduate level physics. Yeah, he tries to put that air on.
Damn.
That's how. Let's just listen to him next time he comes in. Somebody tell me next time he comes in. By the way, next time he comes in, it doesn't matter whether it's Coriolis effect or something else. There's a more complex explanation that he has, but he never gives it. And when he does, he train wrecks himself like he's going to do in 2 weeks. I'm going to whip you around by your incoherent fucking short hairs, you numpty dipshit. I'm going to let my wolf pups feed on the rest. Clown.
Have you spoken to him? It's been like a year that he joined. He spoke to Miggy, and then he came back for the last few months. Have you spoken to him in here?
I haven't spoke to him. I haven't caught him. A couple people warned me that he was in here, and then I come in and he stayed on mute the whole time.
Yeah, he does that a lot. He stays in mute.
He's probably trying to write another fuckwit book.
Stop traumatizing people, man.
Traumatizing retards, maybe.
They already came traumatized, and Q is telling them, but they don't want to accept it.
This fucking guy impugns, in his first book, people that go searching on the internet for their answers. So he puts a derogatory little spin on that. Then the motherfucker, when challenged with proved gas pressure without a container, goes on the fucking internet and cites Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, who showed 2 fucking containers while trying to disprove gas pressure without a container. It's the colossal head fucking bump. It's the okey doke, as Chocolate says. It's fucking stupid. He contradicts himself with every other statement.
Isn't Danny supposed to be like, out of a scale of 10, probably like an 8 in the layers of these people that should know about the globe and how that.
Danny knows everything. I told him in our 2016 debate at the end. I said, Danny, there's only one of 2 choices. Either you're a dumb fuck or you're a liar. One of the 2. That's what I told him. That's where it ended. So there you go. I eat PhDs for breakfast with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
And some ribeye. So Matthew is like a disciple of Danny's level religion.
I don't know if he follows Danny. You have to ask him. I'll tell you what. I wouldn't want to be him at the end when he has to kneel down in front of the Lord. I'll tell you that much. I have my own issues, but I'll tell you what. They pale in comparison to this dumb fuck. You're going to reap the fucking whirlwind, Danny. Once you kneel down in front of the Lord like we all will do, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. I'll tell you that much. I know that for a fact. I'll tell you what, when you do kneel down, make sure I'm like 1 billion light years away. Even though light years is not time or distance, you get the picture. Yeah, it's going to be worse than that. I'll guarantee you that much.
Are you saying that the Lord doesn't like retards or liars? Because he's either or.
Yeah, liars.
Light years,
Okay.
light years are unproven.
yeah, liars. He has to be a liar. He can't be a dumb fuck.
You kind of like put it completely, gave it up right there when you said about the Lord, yeah? Because the Lord doesn't like liars. And you said it right there. You definitely, you know he's lying.
And that PH thing, what about the Wright brothers? Well, we know they were just the puppets that were placed to get the contracts. But anyway, I digress. But yeah, what about the Wright brothers, bicycle mechanics? First ones in heavier than air flight. What's Danny got to say about that?
Well, Danny's not here. Matthew is here.
Nah, Matthew left.
Yeah, we had Rolling My Boulder and Matthew here, but they both ran.
They're not as dumb as they look.
Yeah, they've been getting ripped to shreds the last few days, so I don't think they really wanted to get ripped a new one.
Huey, what was the antecedent to your policy of not discussing light with flatheads? Oh, flat earthers. Sorry.
Flatheads. What was the Oh, I did it for too many years before that. I just got sick of it. If you want to know my position on light, just go to any of Nathan Oakley's videos or mine and hit show more and just scroll. That's where the gold is, by the way. Just scroll down there and you'll see my position, all my positions on light. And the challenge.
This channel?
Yeah, Nathan Oakley's or mine, any video. Just hit show more and then just scroll on down. You'll see quantum mechanics. You'll see stuff on light. Both deal with it. Those are pretty old, but still relevant.
Yeah, I remember you like a year ago. You spoke here about light with many people in here for a long period, and it was pretty interesting. But I guess your videos would be a better way to do it.
Yeah,
because you're specific on that topic when you made the video.
Yeah.
Are you there, QE?
Yeah, I'm typing something up. Somebody else. Go ahead. Yeah, a question or something or comment.
Yeah, I was just wanted to get your thoughts on this. I was just thinking about the Kanagu pictures, the infrared and the visible light one. When we think about how their claims and refraction, all like they claim all things are refracting, but refraction would require different wavelengths to refract at different rates. So why in the infrared picture of Kanagu are we not seeing the horizon at the geometric limitation? Because the infrared doesn't refract nearly as much as visible.
Well, they don't know what refraction is, number one. Number two, if you did follow their insane horse pucky, you're correct. Good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yep, you're correct. But it's dead well before it gets to the they're following their insane horse buggy.
Yeah.
Because they don't know what refraction is. Because your second point was already assumed.
Claim, and so I wanted to see if we just already had the evidence. Oh, yeah, it's already here. The horizon isn't anywhere near where they claim it should be. Instead, we see much further in the infrared, which is the opposite of what they require.
Yeah, well, Nathan Oakley, and he's getting the group pretty much going on holding these anti-flat earthers in the corner and battering them with their not following the globe actual globe claims. Not that the globe is actually making claims, but the globe pseudoscientist claims. Follow?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a tidal shift here. Let's see how it goes. Like I said, I just heard about it. He's right. I used to call the same. He just ran into it, but I've been calling this. If you listen to any of my presentations, more or less that the anti-flat earthers were the left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up. It's the same thing. He's now going to hold those people that claim to be globers that promote anti-globe claims. So this is pretty good twist on things. So I'm interested to sit back and smoke the stogie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be good.
Yeah. Snoop, just to spice things up. It's got a little stale.
I cheated. I did my homework. I won't give it away, though.
I'm back in a few.
Making you pretend to believe something you don't, that's the point. Because if they can make you pretend to believe something you know is untrue, they've won. They control your brain.
But why think when others can't think for us, you know?
need to value certain things in order to get any facts in hand in the first place. I mean, any statement about facts relies on having first valued things like evidence and logical coherence, right? If you don't value logic, there's no logical argument you can give someone to say that they should value it. If someone doesn't value evidence, there's no evidence you could give them to say that they should value it. So epistemology sort of bites its own tail, or picks itself up from its bootstraps.
Right. No, that
That was the bot. The bot was removed. So.
Oh, this is a small clip.
I like listening to those sort of audios when nobody's speaking. Yeah, if there's gonna be silence, you could play it, and if anybody wanna open their mic, we'll kick it or mute it.
Debate, flat earth debate. Is there anyone who would debate me? Debate, flat earth debate. Where is the one who could debate me? Who has the science acumen? Where is the intestinal fortitude? Where can I meet you in debate? But Baltar, Space Monkey, you can't say I never tried. Baltar, where are ya? Get your ass in the arena. Baltar, pretender clown, it's time to meet me in debate. I'm gonna shatter all your dreams. I'm gonna smash that friggin' globe. While there's tears, they taste sweet. Baltar, pretender clown, where can I meet up and eviscerate you? Oh, Baltar, don't you wish to see your spinning ball in Cogdis? Ain't it time you said goodbye? But Baltar, Space Monkey, I see that sadness in your eyes. for your spinning water ball. Ain't no argument you can find. There is nothing you can say. Baltard, it's really over for ya. There is nowhere you can hide. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. Come on, Baltard, dry your eyes. Baltard, space monkey, ain't it good to be alive? Baltard, spinning space monkey, you are welcome to our flat Earth.
You guys are all welcome.
Yeah. Whenever you see my scream name here, please don't play that song ever again.
No. That's more proof that the flat Earth has been suppressed because, that piece of music transcends anything else ever recorded by humans. Nobody can even come close to that guy.
Well, I mean, he's right here. It's Quantum Eraser. Let him know how you feel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to disagree with my brother on this one.
He's, he seems like an angel.
You heard all those instruments? He played all of them at the same time.
Well, actually, it is kind of impressive. He did all that in one take. So that's pretty good, right?
You could describe it as good. I mean, if I had that, I wouldn't win. But I guess that talks for the cojones that he might have, right?
I think Lou should play his song next for comparison.
Oh no.
On it was loaded up, brother.
Ballers are despairing in disease. They are sharing the same outlook on the topic of FB. Kiwi faded Panda Star, Miggy Stella's places. Hank Hill knows when they are lying, Crypto throws it in their faces. Sonny plays them like a piano, leaving them in pain. Dave Hinkle shouting out the banner, driving them insane. They are all in love with lying, they are preaching and a shouting. As Flat Earth destroys their globe, ballers run away up pouting.
I don't mind the Baltard's lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cogdis when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltards despise. Just one moment of silence for the Grover's demise.
Some will lie to soup, they'll neither fundy mutton asses. Some will lie to soup, the guy that's preaching to the masses. Some will fall in love with truth, speaking loud and shouting. As Flat Earth destroys the globe, ballers run away a pouting. from the Netherlands, but smacking as time passes. Then there is the omnipresent Lord above us saying they are all in love with lying. It's a game that he ain't playing. Joby taught a baller, Crit will lovingly explain. Lunatic knows their evil plot got rockins on the plane. They are all in love with lying. They are preaching and a shouting. As flat earth destroys a globe, ballers run away a pouting.
I don't mind the Baltards' lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cactus when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltards despise. Just one moment of silence for the globe bursting demise.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great song in my opinion.
Can I get those 3 minutes back?
No.
So the twins aren't that similar. One of them liked it, the other one didn't.
No, it's good.
Describe it as good.
Dude, I'm right with you, man. I got no musical talent whatsoever. And the fact that you guys like it means that, like, somebody with just a little bit of talent could blow your socks off. You know what I mean? Like, you're probably buying some talentless shit.
I wouldn't bet my money on that.
Yeah. I listen to a lot of music. Part of it is I think you captured the spirit of the original a little bit, while still having good lyrics. I can agree with that. Part of that, I think, really plays into it being a good song, in my opinion.
Yeah, the music on that one was decent. It was kind of funny. It was genius, and I'm not that judgmental. You know, like it's okay.
I am.
All right. What if I tell you I only performed it? Like, I did adjust some of the lyrics. One of the other Flat Earthers here pretty much wrote them, but the original song, none of the musical is original. That's taken from the Butthole Surfers from like the 90s. So it's not that great. It really isn't. It's just
that still would make it good.
Yeah. It's a cool beat though. It's a cool beat, cool song to do a cover over. It was a good.
You know what would make it better? That you mentioned a bunch of people that participating here. If you were to add the word Gemsy in the song, that might.
You had nothing to do with it, Gemsy. I mean,
that might made it a bit better, but still, I don't know.
I thought the same thing.
Gemsy told the whole Flat Earth bothering their asses. I should have thrown that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give it like a couple stairs up the pyramid of quality.
Well, since Battle Mod's not here anymore, I'll replace the part where I mentioned him, and we'll put that in there.
You're gonna replace Battle Mod, damn.
Gemsy trolled the whole Flat Earth, bothering their asses. We're gonna do that.
Sounds pretty good to me. You don't have to do it. I'll just imagine. Next time I listen to it, I'll imagine you saying that. That's it.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be that hard to just edit it quick.
Jim, see the. Huh. Yeah. I thought about it for a second, but no.
It is a little concerning though. I don't know. I hope it was pronounced Armistan or whatever. Armistan, that's what it is. That's how he wanted it pronounced. But I hope he's okay. I mean, he was doing all the lyric writing for like almost all those cover songs that we did like 2 years ago.
Yeah. I haven't heard from him in a while, but he wrote the lyrics for my Gangsta Paradise parody.
But yeah, I know he had some major health problems, and then we didn't see him much. But he popped back on, which was good. But then we haven't seen him again since.
Yeah, he went through a heart attack or something along those lines and had surgery. I guess I'll dedicate the next song to Armistan then.
Drace, Karma, and lyrics by Armistan. We pray for your speedy recovery. As I walk the arena, loudly shouting who's next, I break a globe on my dome and utilize my weapons just. I've been flat smacking bait, snatching so long. Even Obama thinks that his globe is gone, but I ain't never snatched a wig that didn't deserve it. Flat Earth being debunked, you know that's absurd, cause you gotta cite what you're claiming, cause I'm not playing, or you will be muted when you're trying to talk. Reality's the grip that I gotta hold. As they slip, I see myself fully in control. Fool, I kick gravity and the ball is right at me, wiping tears from their eyes, playing fair till they get it right.
Here's landing broken flies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken flies, living in a flat earth paradise. Here's landing broken flies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken flies, living in a flat earth paradise.
3-point conversation we're embracing. We're tearing down the lies, flat earth is the truth. So we shut them all down with their globe scheme. Too much television watching got them chasing dreams. The indoctrinated fools are out of their mind, thinking they can debunk flat earth online. I'm a devout 3-point wig snatching player with my homies in town. We are the global slayers, fool. Their best ain't nothing but a flat smack away. I'm spitting truth on the mic. What can I say? I got 23, you're giving that wig to me. 24 the way things are going for the globe.
Tell me, why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Defending broken flies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken flies, living in a flat earth paradise. Defending broken flies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken flies, living in a flat earth paradise.
Power and the money, government and power, deceiving every minute, seeking to devour. ballers scatter gunning, and none of them are winning. It's going down on the Discord. We know the earth ain't spinning. They claim the earth turns as I listen to their preaching. They don't understand it. How can they teach me? I know they can't. I know they won't. They got debunked. That's why the globe is out of luck, fool.
Defending broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Defending broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Destroying broken lies, living in a flat earth paradise. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me?
You're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where the globe comes to die. Shout out to our many good moderators: Blaze, Hyder, Meadowlark, MJ, Morvis, Reverend, Spiral of Love, Kraken, the Emerald Monkey, and Gospel Bearer, to name a few. And special thanks to Crypto.
The song started really good, and then your sister kicked in, and that was like an upgrade. That was pretty good, dude. Honestly. Yep.
Yeah, she has some feeling on that voice. You can feel it.
It was better than Luz and QEs.
Yeah, I still hate you.
What?
I'm just kidding, you know. I'm fucking around.
I know you are. I'm messing with you.
Why you gotta talk shit?
Okay. I definitely know the next song to play just because Jamsey gets a shout out.
Ooh, I remember this one. Thank you.
Drace, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Jamsey for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, the FE commando. With knowledge as ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, and supposition and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and a mission.
when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition. On a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the most highest opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
I gotta say, this is my favorite one. Thank you, Dre. That's a good one.
Only because they mention his neck.
Only. The Jamesy part was
Yeah, it was
a short piece of it. A short piece of it. But yeah, that was a good one.
I like the part that he says he became a mortician.
A globe mortician. Welcome to the globe deposition. It's like when you, in a legal term, you sit down someone in a deposition that you're gonna ask them question, and they cannot lie on their
oath.
On their oath. Yeah. Welcome to the deposition, the globe deposition. That's a good one. Luke, what do you think about that one? Come on, Luke, be honest.
I already typed it. You want me to say it aloud?
Yeah, that's too.
Yeah. I want to hear it.
Too many ILN words, man. Like I'm done with them.
Yeah, I get you.
Is if you look at the rhymes for that word, there's a lot of rhymes.
A lot of them. And you put some good ones together, actually. The way you put them together, you did really good, actually. Good job. Well done.
Yeah, but I used too many of them in one song.
No, I mean actually it's pretty cool. It's kind of unique that way. Like that's what makes it unique. But yeah, no, I was being critical. There it is. Too many ION words.
Yeah.
Like I'm not even really sure. I'm not even sure which ones they are, but and I'll be honest, I don't like all of our music that we come up with in here. You know, some of it's like, all right, good job. You know.
Actually, yours, I like it because yours is, when trolls join in here and the guard is up and trolls get trolls by flat earthers. Yours is like a defense line for this place because we get trolled a lot, and you're kind of talking about the people in here, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's cool that way how it's not like trying to prove anything. It's just talking about the people in here. Yeah,
Yeah, I mess with you when I tell you I don't like it. It's good. It's good. I got it. And Dre's is like words, and I kind of like looking for definitions because he's pointing out these words that have meaning in the conversation that we talk about
Yeah, no,
about the topic.
Grace has a lot. He's done a lot of songs, and I guess what I was saying before is like, I mean, some of it I like, some of it I'm just like, it's all right. I don't think any of it's bad, but like, there's a few of them that I know stand out. I don't know which ones they are, like the names of which ones.
I got you. I feel the same about them myself, so.
You know which ones they are, though. Like the names of them. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't like looked that closely to like determine. But I mean, that's the same with any artist too. Like, look at all the mainstream artists that make millions of dollars. They got like one good song on an album.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common. Different songs have different amount of inspiration and different amount of work put into it. I don't put a lot of work into my songs. I think that's pretty obvious.
No, dude, I think it's pretty obvious that you have been putting work into it. Actually, you've definitely gotten better as you keep doing it.
Yeah. I do notice it gets easier, but at the same time, I'm sometimes just because it's easier. I just make the song in a day instead of working on it.
That's what keeps it sounding a little bit more natural, though, too. Like, I mean, it depends on what kind of sound you're going for. Do you want it to sound like a lot of truther music is typically they want to hear the breaths and they want it to sound natural and they want it to sound uncut. Like if you're going for like a studio kind of sound, you clean all that up.
Well, I am technically cleaning it up a little bit, cutting out really annoying breaths and stuff like that. But still, it's not great. I don't understand how the program works fully, so I'm just like messing around with it. So if it starts sounding better using something, I'm like, okay, maybe I'll try that.
What do you use?
I have a DAW called Studio One. I got it with my microphone, so that's what I've been using.
I messed around with Audacity for the first time when I did mine. But then again, that wasn't what ended up being the finished product either. I did some work on it with Audacity, and then I sent it over to MIDI AC, and he cleaned it up some more and added like that like echoey effect.
Yeah, he's real good at like using the program to get the results he wants. It takes me a lot of trial and error to get anything close to even what I want, and generally, I just end up just accepting it the way the best way it can sound at the moment that I can perform. I generally end up like having to, instead of relying on anything in the program to try to help me, I just have to perform it better if I want to get it better.
All right, I got one from MIDI coming up, and then I'm going to bed.
Sounds good.
Also, lyrics from Armiston. I still fuck that up.
I understand it. There's not a planet I will not conflate. Just demonstrate. Oh, I can't stand rumpusing up in here. Cause your spinning ball ain't a freaking sphere. While you sit back and ask why they lie, I gotta feed discord on my side. Oh, that swan is in a mirage. Introducing y'all to my entourage. So listen, little punks with your concave rumpus. They shut you down with their funding mute buttons. You know, Earth is flat and you're wrong. Show you the cow for the freaking filet mignon. So when we meet, we might debate. And don't forget, we must not obfuscate. Screaming on the stream, it's like a barrage. Introducing y'all to my entourage. Everyone shut the fuck up! Listen all y'all to my entourage. 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 You understand it? Earth's not a planet. I will set it straight. It's not a plane. I can't stand rumpusing in this place. No freaking outer space. Now shut the hole in your face. If he discourse the place, now then switch the channel. I am MIDI and I'm too hot to handle. MIDI HC, here's my collage. You're screaming on stream with my entourage.
Yeah, I got like one or two more songs in me before I go to sleep. Next up, Creation Bear. I didn't load for some reason.
Are you trying to do the 10 Flat Commandments one, or which one?
Space Ghost.
Just make sure you don't have any spaces or anything where they shouldn't be. We'll try it again.
Yeah. It's for y'all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than the napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets stay unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to throw, we take his rolls, throw him in the mo quick. Put your bitch right on a flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings you can't front with us. I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog disc, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk. It shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic. A fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach. Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon D. Hey, Black Swan, Nikon D at the beach. Down in the rabbit hole, drew to go deep. Black man the Clipper, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a drop and then a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's by proofs. In a book, nigga, my turn FE on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. But let me hear it, let me hear it.
And my last song before I go to sleep, the master of lyrics, Chocolate saying, lol, almost butchered that.
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. I told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The Black Swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretending clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper fleets, with no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line or scientific. Well, it's thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globetards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globetards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air, that's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understanding no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. speed of sound. 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
You saw us on Reddit?
Yeah. I was just scrolling through and went through a Reddit tunnel, and then I got to Flat Earth Theories and like Flat Earth Society or something like that.
Yeah.
And now I saw this Discord and I got pretty interested.
Okay. So, what's interesting do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
How is it flat? That's just my main question.
Sounds like there's two of you there.
Yeah, there is. I'll let my
Okay.
friend.
Cool. How is it flat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely help you out with that. If you don't mind, whenever somebody else is talking, or whenever you stop talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
As you get some reverb. All right, so yeah, the question is, how is it flat? We'll definitely answer your question. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'd like to prod your knowledge a little bit. Either whoever's in here, Oliver or the other guy, your friend. There's three questions that I'd like to ask. And the three questions are the 3 points that I usually bring up to somebody that's new that comes in here. The first question, I'm just gonna tell you the points, and it's no really right or wrong answer. It's just knowing what you know. So either you or your friend can answer this one. How did they figure out that the Earth has curvature, or it was measured to have curvature? That's point number one. I'm just gonna go through the points. Point number two is axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis. So how did they figure out that the Earth was spinning on its axis, right? Point number three, the vacuum of space being a reality that people, or a medium that people can travel to. The vacuum of space, right? How did they figure that out? So those 3 points right there, and we can start with curvature. You or your friend can answer, or both of you, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. How did they figure out the curvature? How was it measured?
It was by like the center of Earth, and they're showing like how if you were to go like around, like if you were to go across the world, you would be able to like go from like Europe, or like you would be able to go to Europe to like Asia, not Europe, like UK to Asia, or like you would be able to go to from like Florida to like, let's say like California, if you're like just going around. That's just like a bad example, but like, you know what I mean.
Okay, So you're saying that from traveling from one place to another is the way that they measured curvature. Now, I want to ask you, how long ago was the Earth known to be having curvature on it? Like, do you guys know that information? It's okay if you don't. I'm just wanting to know.
No, I don't know.
No.
Okay. So,
Many hundreds of years.
as far, hang on, S1. Just hold tight. I'm having a conversation with Oliver at the moment. So there's no way that you know that they measured it. And ancient people, it doesn't matter who it is. But so you said the information is that they traveled the Earth and then they found that there's curvature there. Okay, so what people are you referring to when you say that? Is there anybody specific? Oliver.
For example, like Christopher Columbus, like those people who like travel in ships. There was one guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was,
Like
but
the Indians back like in BC and shit like that. Because, they used to travel the world on ships, and I believe they believed that the world was flat back then. But I think, I just did like 30-second search up, and it said that they used like calendars and stuff like that to figure out that the Earth was round.
Okay. So they use calendars to measure the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah, Parmesan. 1 second. I'm having a chat with Oliver. Just 1 second. So they use calendars. Is that what you said, Oliver?
It was either like it was calendars, or he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would cast at noon. It turns out there is one, and that's how they found out that the Earth was round since over 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it sounds like you jump from one thing to the next. Can you mute your mic real quick, Oliver? Yeah, what you're talking about is Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows and the well. So that was a guy back in ancient Greece, right? That did this particular thing that you're talking about. So he did that, and he assumed he didn't measure anything, because when you put a stick on the ground and you're measuring the shadow. Now I'm going to ask for your honesty. Could you measure the shape of the Earth doing that? Like, let's say you put a stick in the ground and you go like 10 miles away and you put another stick in the ground, and because of the shadows that the sun's casting on those sticks, could you measure the shape of the ground that you're on, like it being curved or whatever?
Not technically, no.
Right. Why do you think that is?
Because the shadow just goes forward. So like, technically, okay, I don't know how to explain this, but like if you're on like flat ground and the shadow is going forward, you can't really like figure out if you're on a globe or not,
Yeah, you're correct. No, you're right. You're right. So the point is that the ancient Greece, Eratosthenes, a globe with the curvature, right? All he did was make an assumption. He started off with a presupposition that he was already on a spherical object. That's what he did, and then he just reified that with the idea that by seeing the different shadows that he was looking at, then he made the assumption that it is curved. It just reified what he already thought before.
Can I say one?
So it wasn't. Just hang on this one. It wasn't that he measured anything. So I'm just making that point very clear. So whatever the information that you got from the internet, it doesn't support something that you could verify. Just like you said, because we're thinking about this logically at the moment, right? Even you could see that is not any way to measure the shape of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Yeah, but what about like the moon landing and the pictures from space and all that?
Yeah, so we'll get into that in just a second. But I want to point out that in ancient times, they didn't figure that the Earth was a globe. Yet they carried that information and gave it to other people and said that they did measure curvature for thousands of years, right? So that's a problem, because they didn't measure the Earth to be to have a curved surface, or they didn't measure the curvature. They only assumed it. So we're not even talking about what people are doing today. We're just talking about what they did a long time ago. So point number one being that the Earth has curvature cannot be substantiated. Or if I was to ask you, is there any way that you can actually find out if the Earth has curvature? Like, is there anything that you can do?
Can I say something?
Or Oliver's friend?
Like literally do, or in
Yeah.
theory?
No, like physically. Go out and do.
Oh, okay, but like my question here is like, I mean, I could drive a boat from America to wherever, to like China or something.
Okay.
But like, if you mean like right now, in like my scenario, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I was
there's
thinking about the guy before.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm having a conversation with this one. So basically, there's nothing you could do right now to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, point number one being that the Earth has curvature and it's measured to have curvature. It can't be verified that it is curved. So I'm just really prodding your knowledge. Just like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer for you. It's just knowing what the information that you know about the globe Earth. So curvature, we could put that to a side for now and say that it's just a belief system that you have that it is curved. We'll just keep that to the side right now as a belief. Point number two, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? That it's actually spinning. Is there any way that you can tell me that the way they figured that out, that the Earth is spinning, or that you can actually tell that the Earth is spinning? Either one.
I mean, the sun, right?
Mhm.
The sun goes, sun. The sun comes,
Yeah.
when
What
you're
does the sun?
spinning.
What does the sun do?
Gives daylight.
No, I mean we're talking specifically about how the Earth is spinning. What is the sun doing to tell you that the Earth is spinning?
It's just standing still. So like whenever the Earth is spinning, it becomes daytime and it becomes nighttime.
All right. So when you go outside, let's say when it's going to be daytime, right? What do you see the sun doing in the sky? Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's moving. So moving to like the top left and it's going.
Yeah, it's like kind of moving up and then down.
Okay, cool. We'll just say that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so right before we got into this topic, you said that the sun was standing still, but everybody that can see the sun knows that it's moving across the sky. That's what we see. So how did they figure out that the sun was standing still and that we're moving? Because we see the sun moving across the sky and we can't tell we're moving. That's what we see. I want you to maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe if you want to look it up or something, but how did they figure that out? Because it looks like to us that the sun's moving across the sky. So there's in no way can point us to that the Earth is actually moving.
That's true. That's he said.
What's that, Oliver?
No, I agree. That's right.
Okay.
But I mean, I could do a little bit of research on it, but because
Sure,
I don't know
sure.
much about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just asking what you know right now, and as far as what you know, that's you pointed to the sun and said the sun was the indicator that tells us that we're moving and the sun's standing still. But upon further investigation, like right now during our discussion, you can clearly know that the sun is moving across the sky, and you can't tell that we're moving. So at this current time, we would say that it's just a belief that you have that we're spinning on our axis, like the Earth is spinning right now. There's just a belief right now, so we could put that to the side right now, as that's just something you believe. It's not something that you can actually verify or know. So the Earth spinning on its axis, point number two. We'll move that to the side. We'll move on to point number three. Point number three is the vacuum of space being a medium that people can travel to. How did we figure out that when you look up in the sky that it's a vacuum? either by you verifying it or by information that how they figured it out.
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Me personally, I don't know way too much about that.
Okay.
But how can we verify that the space is a vacuum? I mean, gravity, right? Isn't that how that works? Because it holds us in place, etc.
All right, did your friend want to chime in too, Oliver? It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Nah.
Okay. All right, so gravity and shit, I guess is what your answer was. So we're going to look into that just a second, but that the Earth has a pressurized system, right? The air that you breathe, it's got pressure. Would you agree with me on that, Oliver?
Yeah.
All right, so we have pressure here in the ground level where we're at. It's about 14 psi, somewhere around there. So it's got pressure in it. Now they say that we're next to the vacuum of space, but there is no barrier in between the pressurized system and the vacuum of space. Well, that's a problem. Have you ever had air pressure in a tire, and you press the little nozzle on the tire, the air where you put the air inside? When you press that, the air rushes out, right? Why does it do that? How come it doesn't stay in the tire?
Because you're squeezing the tire.
Right. So, well, it's interesting because the air inside of the tire is higher pressure than the air outside of the tire. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. It's not really like a no-brainer, but I just want you to see if you can agree with me on some points. Okay, so you agree that the inside of the tire, the air pressure is more, it's higher than the one outside.
Yeah. It's like a bike tire.
So we're thinking about the Earth too when we're saying this. On ground level, we have high pressure here, but when you go all the way to where they say space is, the vacuum of space, there's almost like no pressure whatsoever. But in the instance of where we have the tire, it seems like high pressure always moves to low pressure all the time. So if you have I'll give you an example, like a balloon filled with air, and you're holding the nozzle. When you let the nozzle go, the air is going to rush out of the balloon quickly. In any and all directions, the air will push out of the balloon. This is called entropy. High pressure systems will always move to low pressure systems. This is a natural law. It happens always. Hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure. It's a natural law. It happens always. Can you agree with me on that?
Okay, that makes sense so far.
Okay. So they say that there's high pressure here where we're at on ground level and a super low pressure where the vacuum of space is. Yet there is no container to hold that pressure inside the Earth. None whatsoever. It's an open system by every aspect and regards. So what would happen to the high pressure here on Earth next to a low pressure of the vacuum of space? If it was a reality, it would rush out into space and fill the available space. This is a natural law. It would happen this way always. So that is why when we talk about point number 3, the vacuum of space being a medium that you could travel to is not possible, because they say that it's a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system here on Earth.
So but doesn't that pressure stay in because of gravity and the the center of the Earth? Doesn't that have a huge gravitational pull? So doesn't that keep us all together?
Okay, so if we're talking about gravity, right? Has gravity ever held anything like pressure? Has it ever held pressure? Can I?
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So gravity and pressure has no relation. There's nothing that you could tie it to, because we'd be able to blow air in front of our face and create pressure right in front of us, like a bunch of it, a high pressure, but it doesn't happen, right?
What do you mean, Buffalo?
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
So you know how if you go like deeper into the water in the ocean, how's the water pressure?
Okay, so one thing I want you guys to remember is that the only way to achieve any kind of pressure is that you have to have a container. So it's called an antecedent. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure or any kind of pressure is a container. You need to have a container, any kind. It doesn't matter what kind. So in the case of water needs to be contained wherever it is. Okay, you can take a look at like a glass of water, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, ocean even. Everything that you talk about with water, it's contained. And how do we know this? Because there's shores everywhere that you see water, right? And it reaches like the shore of wherever you're at on the beach or whatever. But that water is contained.
What does it contain?
Sorry. That wasn't to you guys.
It's contained by the shores that everywhere that you see water. So like
medium.
Well, think about it's the shoreline. To take a look at a lake. Yeah, a lake is a good example. So you have a shoreline all the way around the lake, right? That's easy to see. Oh, you guys agree with me on that? And as you go further into the water, it gets deeper and deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, that water is contained. It's sitting more or less like in a bowl. Like that's just something that you put in your mind of what the container I'm talking about. Because your friend chimed in there and said, "Well, how do we have pressure?" Well, the water that he's speaking of is already contained. It doesn't matter what body of water you even describe. It has to be contained if there is to be pressure. It needs a container by necessity. So the necessary antecedent to pressure, or gas pressure, is a container. It needs to be contained. Think about it like this. If I have a pitcher of water and I pour it over a table, will that water have any depth to it? Like, will it gain a lot of depth? It will not. It will not. Once I put a glass there and I pour that water in the glass, now it's contained. It doesn't matter if the surface is open. All that I need are the walls of a container to contain something. Now it has volume.
Okay, I have two questions in mind right now, though.
Sure.
One being, why would the government want to make us believe the Earth is round? Why wouldn't they just tell us it's flat?
Oh, we'll get into that in just a second. I just want to wrap up the 3 points real quick. So the vacuum of space, and your friend was asking about how do we know water has pressure, and I told him about the walls of the container. Do you guys agree with me on that? I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. That we need a container for gas pressure, or we need a container for water. Oliver?
Yeah, bro.
We're having mic problems. Sorry.
I have another question.
Sure.
Like, this is the last one, right?
Yeah, let me wrap up these points, okay? So right. if we're saying that you need a container, well, they're saying that it's an open system, that rockets can travel into the vacuum of space and all that. Well, it doesn't have a container. This is what we need. We do need a container to have pressure here on Earth. So we still remain that the gas pressure, the air that you breathe, has pressure because it's contained. Now, what that container is, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculation and like, well, it's a dome, it's this and that. We don't know. All we understand is that it is contained in order for us to have pressure. So that being said, point number 3, the vacuum of space cannot be proven to be true. So 3 points. The first one was curvature. The second one was axial rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space. All three of them are beliefs. They are not backed up by empirical evidence in whatsoever. So that's just something for you to actually take a look at. Maybe you can pour yourself over some research on those 3 points, but make sure that you look into that a little bit deeper if you want, because we all have in this chat room. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take your questions. I don't know which ones you want to start with, but go ahead and start asking your questions, please, Oliver.
All right. So, can you show me what you think the Earth looks like?
Okay. What? Yeah.
Can you show me like what it looks like?
Like a picture, like a diagram or something?
Yeah.
All right. So flat Earth doesn't stand by any models. Now, that being said, there's a lot of images and stuff that you can see about the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is called the AE map. And it's the circle map with like the ice wall and like the continents in the middle, splayed out. That is.
So with the ice wall, right? You see how Antarctica is like.
Yeah, I'm about to finish the point. Let me finish the point. So we don't ascribe to that. We just say that's a concept. Now, me personally, I don't even say that because we can't even figure out what the Earth is as a whole. So going to a model is just a reification fallacy. It just means that it's something that we're trying to, or at the very beginning of the movement of Flat Earth, we're trying to give the globe earthers something so that they can actually look at. Because that question that you just asked was asked a very lot of times. People would always say like, well, we know what the globe looks like. What does the flat Earth look like? And the flat earthers were like, well, shoot, we got to give you something. So they gave them the AE map to satisfy them. And they're like, oh, well, that's what the Earth looks like. But that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because that map that you see with the AE map with the ice ring has a lot of problems in it. Okay. So I don't ascribe to that. And I wouldn't want anybody in flat Earth to as well, because once they do, it becomes a positive claim. And then you can ask questions about it. Like, what about the ice wall? Is there ice over here and ice over there? Then we're going to be like, well, we don't know. And then you're going to be like, well, see, how come you don't know? So right now, we don't say we can take a picture of the whole Earth. There's nothing that we could do that you can see everything. Okay. We can only take pictures locally, high altitude imagery and all that good stuff. But as a whole, we can't do that. It's not possible. It hasn't been done. It has not been done. So I don't know if that was a question you were probably asking, but if I answered it, but Flat Earth doesn't make a claim to a model, any model.
All right. So what you're saying, you don't know if Antarctica is like surrounding Earth, like in the side, like on the side, like there's an ice wall. You don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So
then can't you just walk off the Earth? If the Earth.
Okay, so you might want to mute your.
All
right, so we don't claim that you could actually traverse Antarctica. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, past the 60th parallel, which means that if you try to attempt to go over there uninvited, you'll be stopped probably by the navies of the world, whatever waters you're traveling on. They'll probably stop you and tell you to turn around because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's a protected land, and it has been ever since like the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, something like that. If you just Google the Antarctic Treaty, it'll pop up and you'll see all the information about it. But all the countries that have signed on to keep it a protected land have done so in the idea that nobody's going to be able to travel there freely. So that idea that you have that we could just walk over there and go see what's over there, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now, that being said, there are scientists there doing some work at McMurdo Station, and there's a couple of stations that are there in Antarctica. And also there's some tours that go down there, like some boats that go there. Very expensive tours, I might add. But you can go down there in a tour, and the tour guide will take you certain places, and then you can pet a penguin or whatever and come right back. It's pretty expensive. But but you can't freely go over there and check it out for yourself, or nobody can actually do that. So that would answer that question.
So one last question. I'm sorry for bugging you, right?
Wait, I have one after.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So, so it's cold all around the Earth, right? So if the sun, if it's cold around the Earth, because the reason why it's cold in the North Pole and the South Pole is because it's not facing the sun, and it's getting like the least amount of sun out of all the places in the Earth. So that's why it's all ice and everything like that. So if the Earth was flat, how would it be all ice all around if the sun was if the Earth wasn't round? How did that be happening?
Okay, here's the thing, and this is gonna probably throw you for a loop, but we can't. Flat Earth can't answer that in the way that it would satisfy you, the way the globe has given you an explanation with Antarctica. What we do say is that the sun travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning that what is summer in the north, it's winter in the south, right? So whatever lands are in the south, like Australia or whatever, it's winter time for them when it's summer for us, and vice versa. Summer for them, winter for us. So wherever the sun is, that's where the most, where it's hotter. So if you think about it, the lands are beyond, or where the sun's reach would probably be Antarctica and the Arctic. So both of those would be considered the furthest reaches of the sun, like where the sun is, But of course, they do have what they would consider their summers, right? So
They're
when it's summer,
opposite. The north and south are completely opposite, and on a globe, they would be expected to be kind of the same.
yeah, but they're not the same though. The Arctic is very much different. It's got life and it's abundant, and
Yup,
the Antarctic is kind of void of life, and it's a bit more frigid, and there's very little life. You got certain animals that can only endure that kind of temperature, but the Arctic is a bit more tolerable as far as that goes. But it would work the same on a flat and level plane, the plane of existence that we're on, because the sun would only need to travel above the plane of existence. So it would just travel above us, and whatever motion it does. But I wouldn't claim what the sun actually does, because there's this idea that with the seasons that the sun actually, and I'm going to show you a diagram. I was actually talking about this model yesterday with a couple of people on Flat Earth, and we agreed on it. So did you see that image I put up in live stream voice text, Oliver?
No, I'm going to it right now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
All right. Flat Earth at the beginning of the movement was trying to explain the seasons in a way that it would make some sense to people coming from the globe. So they gave this model of what happens with the seasons and how the sun actually works and so on and so forth. But there's a problem with that model. I'm going to point out the problem with that model. On the equinox, the sun moves directly from east to west, and almost a straight line, very close to it. When you look at that diagram, that model, it shows that the sun is corkscrewing in and out over the flat Earth. But on the equinox, it moves directly straight on every location on Earth. You follow me?
Yeah.
So that diagram is a reification fallacy. It cannot work on flat Earth. This might bug some flat earthers who were actually looking at this model and claiming that this is how seasons work. But like I said, the equinox actually throws this off because it doesn't do a spiral motion. It goes straight across the sky in a almost straight path. So we don't claim that this is the model for us to give you for the seasons. What we do say is that the sun is closer to us in the summertime. When it's summer, it's closer to the north, and in the north, when it's further from us, it's wintertime. So we could say that with assurance because we have this. I'm going to show you another image. Do you know what that's called?
I've seen it before, but I forgot.
The analemma.
Yeah.
The solar analemma. Now, if we say that what we can visually see in the sky is that the sun is closest to us, like at the very top of that analemma, that's when the sun is closest. And at the furthest, you can see at the bottom of that analemma, where it looks like it's bigger, then that's the furthest away from your position, wherever it's showing you right there. But at the very top is when it's the closest it is to you. At the very bottom, it's its furthest away to you. But the solar analemma, this is taken over the course of a year. That's how you get that analemma there at one particular location. So that's what we can say it's actually happening, right? With assurance, because we could see that, and we could, do some time footage where it's actually taken over the course of a year, and we come up with this analemma. It looks like a figure 8. But like I mentioned to you before, that diagram that people were actually using, and I'll put it up once more, this one doesn't work. It's a reification fallacy because it's a model and it doesn't give us what we would see with the analemma. So seasons work perfectly, just not in that model that's being shown here. So I'd like to, at the same point I'm talking to you about it, clear the air with the flat earthers that are actually looking at this model and claiming it to be the explanation for seasons.
Model?
Yep.
What model?
Oliver, are you there?
Yeah. Here's like the part where I don't know how you're gonna be able to defend this. Okay. What about like the pictures from space?
Okay, remember we're talking about that gas pressure needs to be contained. That was the third point of the vacuum of space, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we need a container to have gas pressure, meaning there has to be some kind of barrier there between us and whatever else is beyond that, how can somebody travel beyond something that is like you're not able to get to that location? Because they say they can actually go into a location that breaks the laws of the second law of thermodynamics.
Does it have to be a physical barrier? Can it be an energy barrier?
Well, here's the thing, though. When we talk about gas being contained, like the air that we breathe, if it is contained, how could that be contained?
Can it be contained by an energy rather than physical?
Well, here's the thing. We can't ourselves know what the container is made of, but we know it has to be something solid to hold it in. That's what we can tell. Because if you have that much pressure over that amount of area, like as big as the Earth is, it would have to be something very like structurally saying it to be something super strong to hold it.
So, can you have a pressure gas next to a vacuum without something physical in between them?
No.
Can you demonstrate this?
No, because it can't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that. It can't be demonstrated, Parmesan, and that is the problem. If you can't demonstrate, I'm going to answer Oliver's question. If you can't demonstrate that gas pressure can be done in an open system, like you can have gas pressure in an open system, then you're going to show us that you can actually do that. But if you can't demonstrate it, then it's not possible that people can travel into the vacuum of space, because all gas pressure needs to be contained.
So if somebody was able to make some kind of a device or a demonstration that would keep gas in a pressure next to a vacuum,
That would be amazing.
Physical divide between them.
That's all that we would require. That's it right there. That's the golden.
Okay.
That's the golden.
And the reason I ask is I think there is something that works that way, but I'm just going to need to check before I come back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead, because
Please do.
A lot of people have checked this, and if you're
Yeah.
thinking of gravity,
Check that out.
strong enough
Well,
to do that.
we'll just wait till. We'll wait till he comes back because I think he's going to bring something that he's actually researched or something. But so far as we know, nothing has been shown to us over the years and the many people that have been looking into it, Parmesan. But to answer your question, Oliver, no, it's not possible because of the fact that we would have a contained environment. It's a closed system for all intents and purposes. And matter cannot travel beyond the contained system because it's a closed system. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now, I think my friend has to say something else, but I have like a final thing here. Now, this could obviously be faked, but I don't see why it would be. Now, all right, this isn't like hard evidence. I'm just putting it out there. There's a video on YouTube that was posted back in 2018, and they attached a GoPro to a weather balloon, I think it was, and they let it float into space, and it got like footage.
Okay.
Could I like send a link to you in DM or something?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up in the live stream.
We have several of them down below. You can watch. You don't even have to pull it up. Don't we have several in down some of our rooms down below?
And like in the video, you can like almost see the horizon of the world and everything.
All right, let me put it up for everybody.
We've got plenty of those.
All right, so question I want to ask you, with the camera that they're using, or any camera, but before we get into the height that it actually went to, the camera that they're using has what is known to be barrel distortion, which means that it would give the image that it's represented as having some curvature onto it.
It's already showing curvature. Look at it. It's only a couple 100 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And it's already showing curvature. So it's a fisheye lens right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that with you could pause it like maybe 6 or 7 seconds in, Oliver.
Yeah, see, it's showing it as a ball right now. It's not even up there.
Oliver, are you there? I don't know. Maybe he left. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, 12. You go to 12 seconds in there. It looks like curved, man. It's not even past.
Okay, you do have a point there.
All right. So, is there any other questions that you might have?
All right, and the final one I think I have. You said it's impossible to technically go to what's considered space, right?
That's correct.
Then how come in the video they literally go to space? In the balloon. I know you said you can just prove that video wrong, but then...
No, I'll tell you. So 90... you might want to mute.
Oh my God.
So 90,000 feet is not into space. Okay, so 40,000 feet is the height of an airline cruise. That's a commercial airliner will cruise at that altitude, about 40,000 feet. Now, the Red Bull space jump, I don't know if you've heard about this. There was a guy, his name is Felix Baumgartner, who did what's called a Red Bull space jump. Hang on. Rock Heavy, I think we're getting some mic issues coming out of you. Rock Heavy?
Yeah.
All right, so Felix Baumgartner did a Red Bull space jump, which was actually dubbed the Edge of Space jump. And he did it at 128,000 feet. So it was much higher than this balloon went because this balloon is at 90,000 feet. Do you know where outer space begins, Oliver? Not sure if you know this.
No, but I have seen that space jump video.
Okay. Well, anyway, he wasn't actually in space. That's another thing that you might want to know. And he was at 128,000 feet. But at that altitude, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the Earth at that high altitude looks flat. He's not for flat Earth, but he was just saying that because that Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull space jump, it looked like the Earth was really curved on his one of his cameras, maybe two of his cameras. It looked like the Earth was represented as like having huge amounts of curvature. So he was at 128,000 feet, and Neil deGrasse Tyson said that stuff is flat. And he came out on video and said that he was speaking to like an audience when he was saying it. So 128,000 feet is still not space. The Kármán line is said to be put at like 62 miles up. Past that is what is considered outer space or low Earth orbit. You could look that up too to confirm what I'm saying.
Wait, the guy that jumped out of the or whatever it was,
Yeah, Red
he
Bull space.
himself said it was flat.
No. Actually, that guy that jumped out of the gondola was like a big balloon carrying like a pod. He said it was the most curvature he's ever seen. He's a freaking liar because Neil deGrasse Tyson said at that altitude that stuff looks flat. So Neil deGrasse Tyson was basically saying that you have to get much higher than that to actually see the curvature of Earth. That's what he was referring to when he said that stuff is flat from the altitude that Felix Baumgartner was at. Yet Felix Baumgartner, when he was actually interviewed when he landed, he was talking to this lady that was interviewing him. He's like, "Oh yeah, it was really curved when I was up." Like he was saying that, but it's not. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's not. So, and he's a science communicator. Of course, you might know him.
But I
He's
thought you
very
don't
popular.
believe Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I'm using him as a hostile witness at the moment, Parmesan. So what I'm saying is that he's actually contradicting what Felix Baumgartner is saying. So he's going against what Felix Baumgartner is saying, and even going against what people say when they fly on airplanes, when they say they see Earth curvature from an airplane at 40,000 feet. So that's why I'm actually referring to him, because him being a hostile witness, I don't have to agree with what he's saying, but I could use what he's saying against the globe Earth to the point where some people claim they see curvature at a certain altitude, and that's not the Earth curvature they're seeing, according to him. And he's the science communicator that's actually on Star Talk, and he's popular and people know him and so on and so forth. So he's basically like a globe Earth guru or whatever you want to call that guy. Anyway, getting back to the idea that you're in space from that altitude, you're not. So, yeah, like I said, space is considered beyond the Kármán line, which is about 62 miles above the Earth's surface. Then that's considered outer space or low Earth orbit, whichever one.
Okay, so you said that the Red Bull jump guy, I don't know his name, he was 120,000 feet in there, and that's not considered space yet?
No.
How far from space is that, like, estimate?
Like I just told you, 62 miles up.
Which is 329,000 feet.
Oh, wait, hold on. So, okay, from the Earth's like
Surface.
from the Earth's flat, you said surface, yeah. It's 62 miles.
Yes.
I need to do some math here.
It's 329,000 feet.
I believe it's based off sea level. I'm sorry.
That's 329,000 feet.
I think he's gonna punch it in the calculator. God rockin'. It's some people just gotta look at the numbers themselves.
I just did. That's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, thanks for that. He's gonna see that himself.
Yeah. So he was like halfway, technically, to space.
But you're not in space. That's the
Yes.
point, right?
So there would still be a gravitational.
Well, that's even a problem too, but we haven't even addressed that point. But because of the fact that we don't have to. Remember at the very beginning of the 3 points that I gave you?
Yeah.
So Earth curvature, the Earth spinning, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space were all put aside as beliefs. So at this current time right now, there's nothing that you could rest your mind on thinking that you know for sure that the Earth is a globe. Because at this, like I said, at this time, it's just a belief that you're carrying that it is. And you've seen videos and pictures from space and all these other things, but there's no way that you can actually claim you could verify the Earth is a globe. And that's why I put those 3 points before our discussion began.
All right.
All right. Do you have any more questions?
That's the best approach I've seen yet.
I think that's, you know, oh, what?
Wait, okay, I have one more question. You
Sure.
know how hold up, I forgot what the fucking numbers are. How much of the ocean is
Undiscovered.
explored and like undiscovered? How does that work if the Earth is flat? You know?
What do you mean?
Like
Yeah. I'm going to ask what your friend's asking. What do you mean?
so how like only like how much it's like 5%, I don't know. But it's only like a little bit of the ocean that we've explored on the Earth, right? Yeah, only like 5%. So
they're talking about going down inside the ocean, looking at the floor, exploring it from the seabed up, and that they're not talking about flying over it. We've had flown over much more of the ocean than that. In fact, they do it every day in jet airplanes, just flying back.
Yeah. Are you talking about over or under? Like, what are you talking about?
It has to be under.
That's what I was I was assuming that he was saying that. But are you saying under the ocean or on the surface?
Under.
Okay. Yeah, you're right, God Rockin'. I don't know. What relevance does that have with anything? Did you want to bring up a point with that, or?
We're saying the ocean, flat Earth, the ocean wouldn't be any smaller than the globe. In fact, it might even be larger.
Well, there's more water than there is land, so there's that, right?
Yeah. The globe, they say there's 70% water. And the flat Earth, who knows? Because the south area is much larger than they're telling us as far as the circumference of it around. So it might even be 80 or 90% water. Who knows? We just don't know because they won't let us investigate that. They won't let us sail south and make the measurements. So something that's being hid from us.
All right. So, do you have any more questions? Or I'm probably going to see if anybody else is in here. We can, if you don't have any questions. Anyways,
Hello. Whoa.
Go ahead.
There's one thing. Hold on. You know what? You can just keep on. My bad.
All right.
Can I ask one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so one thing I always forget is to mention, besides no curve, no outer space or vacuum, and then not moving. The other thing I always forget to mention is that no proof of a core and no proof of the size. So like, there's no proof of the core of the Earth. There's also no proof of the length, width, height, depth. There's no proof for any of that. Just so you know.
All right. So Anyways, Oliver and Oliver's friend, thank you for joining us here. If you guys want to come back and have a chat with us, you can. I'm going to give you guys VC verified, so that if you come back at a later time or want to ask some more questions, you can definitely do that. But I'm going to skip off to somebody else and see if who else we got in here. So just like to say hi to all the people that are in this Discord. Hello, Jenny, Lulu, James, El Boricua.
Hey, mate. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Awesome.
Just chatting here with new people that are joining. How you guys, Zodiac? What's going on, man? I didn't forget you.
I'm good.
Quantum Eraser is here. What's up, dude?
What's happening?
Probably busy doing something. He's usually working on his videos.
Is this still the bot talking?
Nothing much,
Yo,
man.
that was an amazing conversation, by the way. You it was really well put. A lot of that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah. Let me know when it's up. Let me know when it's over.
The voice text is moving pretty fast, but I posted an article I just heard about on the radio on my way home just a little bit ago. And so they were saying, it was just a minute or two, they were talking about it, but allegedly NASA just found water on the moon, except for it's not liquid pooling water. They said it was molecules of water. So it's like
There we go. That's better. Cheers. What's up, Sonny? God rocking. What's going on?
Hey man, how's it going, Kenny? How you doing, bro?
What's up, Rook? Good, man. I'm great. Busy day, but it's all good.
That's good. I'm still recovering.
A little bit, yeah. Kind of a drag ass day, but I got a lot done. But I'll pick it again up tomorrow.
Too. I need to get some music done. I feel so bad. I feel really insufficient hearing all the people on here that have actually done a lot of music, and I've done like one song that's not even lyrics. I'm gonna get on that, man. Damn, I need some motivation. I guess I should give myself some time.
Dude, you've been playing music for fucking 50 years. It's not like fucking, you haven't put your time in, man. But
yeah,
it's hard to get motivated after 50 years, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't feel that accomplished.
Well, we can always improve, right?
I'll get something going.
Yeah, just start simple, You don't have to get.
That's what I do. I build up these little pieces. Like I'll write a lyric, like I'll write a paragraph, a lyric, and I go, it sounds good. I'll kind of get a sort of an idea, and then I start taking it too far right away to try to develop it, and I get overwhelmed.
Exactly what happens, man. Just get the basic song down first, and then you can build on it. As far as like instruments or leads or whatever.
I have to stop being so complicated.
Yeah, keep it simple, man. Let's just sit down, you and the guitar, and get that first track, man. And then you can do the leads or whatever, and change the lyrics or redo the vocals or add a piano or whatever.
All the fact checkers out there, this is not official songwriting advice, right? Just like we don't do advice here, we also don't do
yeah, right.
We don't want fucking flagged for anything, okay? Nothing.
Right. Yeah.
This is not official songwriting advice. Disclaimer.
No, but song development is something I'm not real good at. Like composition, I can compose things like on my instrument, but composing an entire song, I just like seem to be like one little piece is missing that a collaborator is probably what I need to do.
That's why bands work so well sometimes.
Right.
Well, yeah, like I played with a New Perspective, and he and I jammed really well the first time on Two Acoustics, and we did a bunch of Pink Floyd parodies. He's written a bunch. He's a maniac, man. He's written a bunch of lyrics. New Perspective.
Yeah, he's a great dude. And Kenny, did you him to us?
What's that?
I think he brought me here, man. Actually, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I did come in. Maybe I came in before him, but
no. Well, I thought that what happened was you were on the street doing some flat smacking, and he came up and maybe acted like a Glober for a sec, and then
yeah.
Isn't that
he pranked him?
Yeah, he punked our asses totally. Fuck.
Yeah. That's awesome.
It was awesome, man. It was epic, dude. I still smile.
You didn't know him before that?
No, I only seen him. I've only saw him in the chat. I never heard his voice. He never came on voice. So I'm like, I don't know. This dude just walked up. Was like, "What's up with your flat Earth stuff, man? What's going on here?" And I just put him on the live stream, and people on the panel were all interviewing him, and it was hilarious.
He's one of my favorites.
Then he's like, "Dude, I think you guys are right." Whoa, man, you guys are blowing my mind. Yeah, he was playing it up, man. I was like, then he confessed, and it was like, oh fuck. That was cool, man.
Us flat earthers are some really fun people, man. Wild and crazy folks.
No doubt. Hey, we smacked these young kids up on the beach, man.
Yeah.
Fucking 20-year-olds, 19, 20, 22. I don't know. They were young.
Tell them what they said. Tell them what they said. They come up and go, "Oh, hey, we're just wondering what's all the gear about?
What's all the cameras and shit, man?" I was like, and I show them my shirt, and it says Flat Earth on it. I go, "This might have something to do with it."
Yep, and then we just bang right in on horizontal. See that horizon out there?
It's great to flat smack at the beach, man. It's the best place to flat smack, man. Because
when you can see Catalina 30 miles away.
Like, dude, you see that oil rig over there? You see that boat? You see the island? Yeah, it's just fucking makes everything much easier.
It's really over there too. You're not seeing life isn't a magic.
Right.
I bet that one oil rig, if Catalina's 30 miles away, I bet that one oil rig to the south is probably 20. 15 or 20.
There's a couple out there. They're way out there, but
the other one's going back towards Long Beach a little bit. But I in my binocular, my monoscope, I saw the buoy at the water line. I could see the water line of the buoy right in front of the LA Harbor jetty.
Yeah.
In front of the breakwater. and they said that Palos Verdes is 11 miles. But that was pretty hazy over in that direction. But you could see that point way out there, right?
Right. Yep.
That's Palos Verdes.
Yep.
That's one of the points in Palos Verdes.
We can see too far. We got it. It's not a problem at this point, but
guys, so I got my mom arguing with me about it now. Finally, she's finally looking into it, and I gave her the FE Core laser tests video. I want to give her the data, but it might be too late because she said I looked into the FE Core measurement, and she said, but there's a problem. A certain amount of time into the video, they don't account for refraction, and she goes, and you can check this on metabunk.com. And I was like,
oh no, an anti-flat earther site.
Oh no,
is that Mick West?
Yeah, isn't that Mick West?
It's Mick West, right?
I think so. You know what?
Yeah.
I get mixed up with the names.
Doesn't matter. So Metabunk is like asking CNN some shit. So anyway, and I was like, Mom, you this, that, and the other. She said, you need to look more into it than just trust your conspiracy people. And I was just like, fuck. She bought the what's it called? The whitewash, I guess.
The bunk.
Yeah,
She bought the bunk,
yeah.
dude. She
She
bought
bought
the
the bunk. Yeah, bunk.
Laser measurement videos, but like at this point, she's really trying hard, right? And it's like, anyway, I'll update you. We'll see.
Well, okay, so that's fine. So refraction. So how come looking from the side, you can see from point to point on some of these tests, and the laser's completely straight, the point to
Son,
point?
I'd love for you two to chat about it, because see, here's the deal. She doesn't want to hear any of it from me.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly, man. You're the least likely to convince.
I know, I'm saying. Yeah, anybody else but me is probably going to get her to really dig.
Isn't that fucked up about families, man? That sucks, you know. And vice versa. We're the least likely to be able to help them either, or like, it's really weird, or have them agree with us, or us agree with them the same way. So that's a rough bind to be in with a family member. Well, God bless you.
You know what? I just think it's funny at this point. It's cute that she keeps trying to hold on. We don't have like knockdown, drag out fights about it. We don't. It's just, you know, she's cool, right? She's looking into it. Well, she's giving it a solid but mere cursory glance, right? It's not necessarily try, but yeah. Anyway,
she probably doesn't have time to like do thorough.
That's true. Yeah, she's super busy. Yeah, but even still, she cares about me enough to at least finally look into it. You know, more than just saying, "Oh, Sean, you're just crazy."
Yep, you're just crazy, man.
I know that, but that's not the point. The point is Earth measures flat.
That's true.
That's the whole deal, really. It's the surface of Earth. That was interesting listening to Miggy. I'm surprised I missed that. Well, I guess I couldn't be on there all the time. But yeah, like those kids that came on when in the recording that when Miggy was talking, it's interesting what they go to. They kind of all go to the same thing, but
right.
I don't know what my point was exactly. I'm getting tired. I was going to say the 100th monkey effect. I'm going to look at that. Is that a good video? I've read about that.
I don't know, man. It's a bit long, but I'm sure it covers everything Rookie was looking for there, man. I think that's what he was looking for.
I read about it in a Michael Talbot book called Beyond the Quantum. That's when I first started looking into it about 25 years ago.
It makes sense. Otherwise, they wouldn't do all these false flags like that, because they get the false flag people going, and they get the globe going, and they get shit going like that, man, and it just spreads so fucking easily.
Yeah, but wait a minute. It works on our side too, though, Kenny.
Right.
Like, because,
yes, exactly.
Like this flat Earth thing, like now there's younger and younger kids coming here.
Mm-hmm.
They're like getting it quicker than we did. It took some of us a long time.
Yeah.
And then when they saw it, they were open enough to even look at it.
Yep.
Where I wasn't.
There was that one guy, man, at the party, man. He hung around, man, for like an hour and a half.
Was that the blonde guy we saw outside?
And there was that blonde guy, kind of a bigger guy. He was wearing glasses, like reading, like regular glasses.
Oh yeah, that dude. Who was he? He was like a Filipino looking kind of.
No, he was a white guy.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, there was a good mix of people there, man. Different cultures.
Not the one on the motorcycle, right?
No. No, he was one of the kids, man, that came up and said, "What are you guys doing over here?" And we're like,
"Oh yeah, that's."
He was one of those guys.
Yeah, he hung out for a while, didn't he? Huh.
Yeah, it was funny, man. It was. I gave him all the best shit, and I said, like, man, prove it to yourself, man. I ain't trying to convince you, man. That's it, man. Just you got to go out. We're standing here, man. There ain't no fucking curvature.
Yeah,
if you find curvature, man, I go, bro, please come on Discord and bring your curvature. I want to be. I told the guy, I go, I want to be a Glober again.
Yeah, I told everybody here earlier today about that you dragged me right in there and said, "Hey, dude, you got to help me, my friend." And he points right at me. You point right at me.
Yeah.
My friend thinks the Earth is flat, so of course, what am
Oh,
I?
that
gonna
was
do?
I was at the gas station, right? Yeah.
We should have got that recorded. Heck.
Oh, that was hilarious, right?
Yeah.
I
But the
did
guy
that
was
one
just
other.
calm. The guy was super calm about it, though, wasn't he? He was just
Right,
like,
he did. He did give us a hell of a smirk at first, man.
mm-hmm.
I remember that. He's like, he kind of rolled his eyes and went, "Oh, oh shit!"
What
You
next?
could tell.
Like, yeah. Well,
Anyway, I did that maneuver with Dave New Perspective a couple times, where I go in and I go, "Hey man, you got to help me out, my friend here, man. He thinks Earth is flat, bro."
That was a good prank on me, though, because I wasn't expecting it. I got right in, and I had to respond right at the moment.
Yeah, you did. Right, yeah.
Flat smacking du jour. It had to be right there. Like,
it's a little bit of a setup, but yeah,
that was fun.
I didn't warn you or nothing, man. I just laid it out, and that was it.
It was better though that it was spontaneous.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, there's many ways to bring up the subject.
I could have done it. I could have done it more like this. Look, I told him. I said I showed him I showed him the black swan. I showed him that we see the horizon 10 times too farther, which would make the Earth 264,000 miles. I told him these things. He's just not listening. What do you think? And then we could go back and forth with these people.
Yeah.
Like that.
I love it.
That's a great ploy.
Yeah, there's fun ways to bring up the subject. You can do it, kind of the fun way, and it makes everybody relax. I mean, if you just walk up to somebody and go, "Hey, man, Earth's flat, man,"
you're too
not going to go
serious.
well.
Yeah, people are tired of people that are too serious on that.
Yeah, but if you come in like, "Hey, man, my buddy, man, here thinks the Earth's flat. Dude, I got nothing, man. I can't debunk him. Can you help me out?"
That was really good. That was really good.
And they don't fucking got shit, they don't got shit, So I go, I can't debunk him, man. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Help me.
And neither can the people. Yeah, that's that. I bet that guy's going to be looking into it. That guy with the Harley.
Oh yeah, a nice Harley too. Huh? Real nice. But it was a great epic day, man. We had a lot of flat smacking and just hanging out, man. It was music. It was great.
Food, music.
Food, shitloads of food, right? Fuck. You guys were pounding burgers late at night. I'm like, damn, this is awesome.
I got one. Good thing I did before the.
Yeah, you had a long ride home, man. How was the ride back? And
it was pretty good till the end. I start getting antsy. Like I can't get comfortable in those seats, like almost any way after a while.
Right.
Like, shit. So I start getting antsy. Then it was almost over. So it was pretty cool. I got home by 10 to 2. It's not bad.
Okay, that's not bad. Not bad. Yeah, I just got home, winded down with the wife. Yeah, it took me a couple hours to kind of wind down, after that.
Yeah, I want to tell you that case works perfectly.
Isn't that great?
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
man, that's much better than carrying that in my hand all the time. So.
Yeah, man, dude, you just strap that bad boy on your back and you're rolling, dude. Right? You can ride your bike.
Yeah, it's got a bunch of pockets and stuff too.
Pockets and
I
shit.
really appreciate it, man. I tell you,
No problem, man. Like I said, man, I got those like super deal cheap, man. It was
what's his name, Renee, and I keep forgetting. Oh, I shouldn't mention names. Anyway, we're not in.
And his wife, yeah, Renee and his wife are amazing, right?
Yeah, and
they were so gracious to us, dude. It was incredible, right?
Yeah, they really were. Very cool.
How could you get more gracious, dude? I don't think you can, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a really great environment. Great environment they have. The whole place is just really cool.
That's how flat earthers roll, bro.
Yeah. they're not worried about anything. Sand in the house. We used to that. We fix that.
Mm-hmm. It was really cool, man. You playing guitar in front of me made the whole thing worth it. That was just fucking epic, dude. Are you kidding me?
Thanks.
Dude, I was jamming with you. I had a little shaker,
man.
lead guitar. I had a little bit of little conga going there, man. It was nice. Yep.
Very cool.
And then, dude, what a cool flat Earth house, man. Flat Earth shit everywhere, right?
Yeah, everywhere. Boxes of it, literally. People,
Boxes of
telling you,
flat Earth shit.
This guy has
Books.
a pirate chest outside.
Pirate chest
porch.
of flat Earth shit.
Stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't get a picture of that. I should have got a picture of that. That was epic.
He made a game. He made a board game with flat Earth, but I don't understand it. He gave me a little sheet of paper that was like his sketch of it, like how the sun moves, like and all this stuff. But
that's so cool, man.
I got to get a better understanding. Have him explain it a little bit more detailed next time.
Yeah, you know, the problem is we all get together and it's, you know, you're talking with everybody and it's just the time just fucking wins. You know? It's like we stepped into a time warp when shit was time to go and I was like, fuck, man. You know, there's so much more we want to do, right? But we had to go. It was fun, man. Super entertaining, and having Matthew there was pretty interesting. He's the same in person as he is on here.
Pretty much, yeah. It's strange. It's strange like that too. So,
yeah.
But it's a different thing when you're standing in front of people and you're just like sitting there at a beautiful place and you're all gathered, everybody's smiling, everybody's got their equipment up, nobody's like complaining about anything. It's a different story when you're with people like that.
Totally,
you know?
right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like you're with an anti-flat earther. I think he's actually I think he is a flat earther.
There's no doubt, dude. There's no doubt about it.
Why does he fucking hang out with us so much? He spent like a 6
of these things, right? Yeah. And the reason is you know, first and foremost, man, we bring up subjects that most people won't even touch, and you know, and it falls in his wheelhouse to think about these beautiful things that we all discuss, man, and that is entirely more intriguing than anything on television by far, you know. And that's you know, I've asked him, I go, dude, man, we're so fun. He goes, definitely.
You can't deny that.
You can't deny it, man. I mean, it is fun. He probably hasn't laughed this hard in his whole life, dude.
Exactly.
You know, and you know, I've always, you know, we've all taken bad days around here, and you know, he's gotten hit with a few, and it happens to all of us, man. But you just kind of stick it out and cruise along, and everything will work out. But yeah, standing in front of everybody, talking to everybody is so much better. And I want to shout out the Discord, man. 4 of you Mongos showed up, man.
Yeah.
And from Discord. And that was epic. I mean, to have 4 of us from this server show up.
Wait a minute. Which 4? New Perspective? Who were the other ones? I don't
New
even
Perspective.
know.
You showed up.
Okay, yeah.
You had Matthew showed up. You had Tracy. New Perspective.
Oh, Tracy, that's right. It was 4 of us right there.
And me. I showed up.
There's 5 of us.
There's 5 of us, right?
From the Discord, 5 of us.
That was a pretty epic turnout, man. I mean,
that's pretty amazing. Just that. Too bad Flatter Day couldn't.
Yeah, Flatter Day Saints couldn't make it. I think Rook was going to try to make it down.
So yeah, Glad. Think about that. Think about what that's like having 5 of us live in the same party together.
Yeah,
we're epic, man.
It was epic, dude. I'm telling you. Thank you guys again.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to do it again. I have great visions of like campouts at San Onofre does like
San Onofre camp out. That sounds perfect, man. Fuck
get
yeah.
us like 100 of us there.
Campfire, camp tents, people
Go
sleeping on
around
the
flat smacking the whole entire campground.
Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Okay.
Multiply our efforts.
Yeah, it
And
was
it's
pretty
right
hot,
at
man.
the
I mean,
beach. I'm sorry.
to have, I mean, for the most people that talk on live stream, man, there's probably like, I don't know, 40 of us that are kind of, semi-regular. You know what I mean? There's not like there's not like 29,000 or whatever. There's no. Out of 40, man, we had fucking 5 of us show up at a fucking meetup. That's pretty solid, man.
Yeah, like what is the number on the Discord where it says 1,000 and 1,000 plus? So
I don't know.
Where is that population?
I don't know, man. Where is that population? I think
Is
most
that
of them.
live? Is that live in all the Discords? 1,000,
No.
or is that on our server? That's only on our server. 1,000. So there's 1,000 people active. Where?
Well, they're in the biblicals. They're in different rooms sometimes. I mean, it's.
I don't know where.
I would say, man, there's not a lot of. Most people, man, won't jump VC or they won't jump.
So they just come on the server. They don't go in the voice.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That obviously that's the case. Like I said, there's about 40 of us that are pretty regular. That come on different hours.
So I wonder if these people are listening on YouTube and watch. I don't know, and watching who's on.
We are so shadow banned, and I mean it takes a minute to find this thing. If you search Flat Earth on YouTube, man, it takes a minute. You can find it, but it's usually way down the list.
Yeah, we have 16 in the room now, but there's 1,000 on the server, literally.
Well, there's more than 1,000 that are subscribed to this server.
I know there's like 50,000, but there's 1,000 people. There's 1,000 people live currently right now. It says.
Oh wow. Well,
that's what I'm saying. When you log in and you look on the left side, along where all your servers are listed, you're going to have our server, and it says in red 1K plus. In red, so that isn't that. Those are.
I think those are messages that people have put in the.
Oh, is that what it is?
The live stream. Those are messages. Yeah.
What? Okay.
Those are messages.
So that's everything we put on the voice text and stuff.
Yeah, for the last month or something. Yeah. Those are messages. Those aren't live people. No. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was confused by that a while ago. I was like, what the? 2,000? What? No, it's messages.
Yeah.
Because you'll see, man, if you scroll up through your servers, man, you'll see like
we could unmute. We could unmute Globerman again. Here we go. We'll unmute Matthew.
I ran afoul of QE earlier.
Who muted Globerman? Fuck. That's not fair. That is unfair. Did you really get muted? Were you guys just messing with me?
No, he was muted by QE. Yeah, he ran afoul of QE earlier tonight. I was listening. I was just in the background.
Crack.
We were having a conversation, and then QE logged in right as I happened to be using the word refraction, which is one of the
boom.
And I triggered him and
trigger. That's a trigger word for QE. Don't go there, man.
I think I also said then he unmuted me, and I accidentally said elevation angle, and then it was all
elevation angle. Yes. Hey, I'll be right back, man. You guys carry on. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I gotta do something.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm very tired.
How was the train ride, Sonny?
Oh yeah. It was pretty good actually. Yeah, it was not bad.
Nice.
Uneventful. Very quiet.
It's cool that you're riding right alongside the ocean for like 20 to 40
That's
minutes.
true, especially on the way up in the daytime, man. How beautiful that is.
I think that that's one of the best places to ride the train anywhere on Earth.
I could believe that. It is spectacular. I mean, I'm so used to seeing those kind of sights that to me, it's kind of like, it's not mundane. It's still very cool to me all this time, but you know, I've seen it more than most people have ever seen anything like that along the coast. And so yeah, it's pretty freaking amazing where we live. That's true. That is a great train ride.
Well, I'm glad you made it back safely.
Yeah, I did. You've been on a lot of trains, different places? Been to like Europe on train or anything like that?
Never been to Europe, but I've been to Oceanside like 10 times.
Oh, that's right. You were telling me that. Oceanside.
And then I've done the rest of the trip all the way to San Diego probably 3 or 4 times.
I used to be on a lot of trains when I was young, from St. Louis to Chicago as a kid, as young as like 7, 8, 10, 11 years old.
Yeah. Well, I should let you get to bed. I know you said you're going to bed. But.
Yeah, I do. Thanks for saying something. Appreciate it.
Well, I wanted to come in here and get myself unmuted, so thank you.
No problem.
All right, have a good evening.
Have a good one. Later, everyone.
All right.
Good night, son. Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night.
Say good night, Sonny. Good night.
Good night, Sonny. Sonny. All right, well.
Just you and me. I'm going.
Get some refraction while you're sleeping, okay there, Sonny?
I'm going to dream of refracted sex robots. And I'm just kidding. I don't dream.
That's his new band name, Refracted Sex Robots. That was your band name, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Is there a geometric sex robot that you could find us, or is it just a parent? I'd like to.
Just a parent. Come on.
We could create that musically, though, I'm sure.
Geometric. Don't be ridiculous.
Night, Sonny.
Good night, you guys.
All right. I ain't too far behind him, but geometric refraction. Parent refraction. Is this like apparent wind direction? Like if you're on a sailboat, they always talk about that. Well, there's the wind and there's the apparent wind. And I'm like, I'm a sailor. I can find where the wind's going, man. It's not hard.
Right.
I don't have to like think in my head, oh no, is that the apparent wind? I better adjust my sails for the apparent wind. No. Doesn't work like that, man. If you're on a real sailboat, there's no apparent, you know where the wind is.
There's no apparent beehive. The beehive is there and the bees are stinging you.
Exactly. So you find yourself, in this world of like non-belief or just non-reality, and you're just like, it's apparent refraction, it's apparent light, it's a refracted light, apparent wind phenomenon that was discovered 24,000 years ago in the caves of Nicaragua. Or like, what the fuck?
Glovers like that, it's at first glance, I'll bet someone's like, there's no way the Glovers sound, the people that defend the globe here sound that ridiculous, right? There's no way that they sound so ridiculous. And then literally you hear their argument and it's, well, you see, because light bends and so refraction is, and so
yeah,
you know what I mean? That's it, their response. And then the smart enough two brain cells to rub together kind of person should be hearing just like, holy fuck, they don't have an argument. All they got is stumbling over two words: refraction, gravity. Yeah, And the deal is, I really just want someone to go test the horizon and get back to me with the air conditionings happening at each and every horizon. Everyone. And I've seen a lot of horizons, folks. So you got some work ahead of you. All I'm saying.
So the kid on the beach is like, "Hey, man, you can see the sun when it hits the water. It just makes like it starts out. You can see the roundness of the sun start disappearing behind the water, right?
Okay.
And it becomes half, and then it just slowly dissipates over water, okay? It doesn't appear to get smaller. It appears to actually get bigger, right? As the sun sets. It appears huge on the horizon, right? And I'm like, dude, well, that's just water in the way and air, coming off the water. And of course, it's going to be magnified. I mean, that's how that works. And that's a good answer. But I've seen video over land where in Australia, where it's super dry, I've seen where the sun just gets like a smaller beam of light, a smaller beam of light, a smaller beam of light, and then it just disappears. So which one's right? I mean, if it sets over water, yeah, it looks like it's huge, sunsets, cool looking. But over land, man, it just becomes a little dot of light, and then it's
adorable. It's adorable. They think that they know what's happening at the horizon to make it look flat if it were a ball. So first, to even do this, you have to beg at least one question with them. It's ridiculous to try to say, okay, I'm gonna let's empty the cup again and just focus on the globe math itself,
right?
And start with the globe math, and then say, okay, how am I going to confirm the globe math, right? Because I didn't start out. I know a lot of people who did, but I certainly didn't start out going, I'm going to prove flat Earth. No, sir. It was just seeing if the globe math matched reality or not. That's it.
Right.
Yep. And it doesn't. And that's it.
Yep. Well, when you've never seen the globe with your own two eyes, and you can't admit that,
right?
First of all, we straight away we have a problem, unless you're some kind of fucking astronaut, right?
I mean, you could be smart in other things, a savant or something, but if you can't get that basic concept,
the most basic, dude. This is the most realistic basic of your reality in your world, that for a fact that you have never seen the globe with your own two eyes.
Right. That fact is exactly the same as saying you will die if you hold your breath too long. It's the exact same thing. It's just an objective reality. I wasn't asking to find this out. Kenny and I aren't here asking you about whether or not you believe it. We're just going to let you know about the information, and then you take it from there.
Take it from there, man. But that's the first basic admission you have to make to yourself, man. It's like, okay, yeah, of course I've never seen it with my own two eyes. Then we can move on.
Right,
after that,
exactly.
After that,
that's it. Because you get right away, you get them starting to admit, there's fault in these beliefs.
There is, and we all got spun the globe in our faces at school, man. It wasn't. None of us escaped that fucking brainwashing, but yeah, we've never seen it from that perspective, and most likely we never will. So,
yep.
Once you get past
another way, go ahead.
No. Once we get to that understanding of objective reality, then we can move on. And then if you can't get past that, man, we're not going anywhere, man. Period. Boom.
Sure, exactly. And another thing that needs to happen if leaving the Earth is something that has to happen for another thing that is claimed to be true, and that's rotation. you can't measure or you can't detect, rotation from the thing you're on.
Right.
Do you understand? You got to leave to then go and then compare the two reference frames and be like, oh shit, okay, now we have a discrepancy to work with.
Yeah. We have 26,000 members in 13, and we have a 2,482 online. That's
quite a few.
That's a great number. I like both those numbers. But somebody, Sonny was confused about who's online, who's not. But there it is. Anyway. So yeah, get to the basics of reality, objective reality. I mean, the simplest basics, man. I love simplification of things, man. Dude, you've never seen the globe with your own two eyes, right? Well, no, I saw it on the NASA website, man.
Right.
Like,
I think so. I think one of the stumbling blocks is getting the person, like, asking a question in a way that the person just understands that it's not complicated. You don't have to involve. So I think a lot of the stumbling block is they, even if they admit, okay, those could be fake images, there's still so much ingrained in the back of their head saying, images are space, and this is real because of images, and you know what I mean? So they could even right there in the conversation admit to you, yeah, those are probably fake. But it'll be like they didn't say it later. They'll wear their NASA t-shirts. It doesn't fucking matter.
That sucks, man. Put your NASA t-shirt.
That's how deep it is, dude. That's how deep the indoctrination is. Listen, my mom's one of the most brilliant ladies. My mom is brilliant. And she argues with me about refraction, says that's good enough. I'm like, I can't believe it, right? I can't believe this stuff that's happening.
She metabunked that shit, dude.
She metabunked it, bro. It's over.
It's over.
Flat Earth is done.
You're done, man. You're fucking done, man. I hope you guys are laughing as hard as I am. That's hilarious.
Oh, there's some folks out there laughing, guaranteed, right now.
I hope so.
Hey, so all those Alphabet Agency guys listening to laughing, y'all know it's flat. Y'all know it's flat.
They're sitting in that dark room with all those computer screens. Look, you guys.
Dude, you know what it is?
They have a life that sucks, man. Their life sucks, man.
I'll bet these sock account motherfuckers from Alphabet agencies have separate cell phones that they do all their stupid Alphabet Agency shit on. They carry it around with them all the time, and that's it. They're not at a computer.
They got a little Bluetooth in their ear right now. They're listening to us, and they're
a lot of them
laughing.
all the chats too. They just watch the chats to see see what we're talking about in chats. It's
That's
weird.
True. Oh, AI is watching that. Dude, they don't. They don't have too many people. I mean, they got to have some eyeballs on that shit, I'm sure, but they're not going to dedicate all their eyeballs to the chat.
I'm saying there's people assigned. This is the theory. This is what I've heard. Speculation. That there's certain people assigned to certain things. Some guy will literally have his phone on like a YouTube chat for a channel all day, and he's back and forth just kind of checking things, reading stuff, whatever, and maybe that's his job for that week is to watch that channel and notice any behaviors or patterns or fucking, you know what I mean, whatever they want to look for, and then they get assigned to another channel another week, and this kind of thing. I've heard of a guy who said he used to do that, and he's like, yeah, we were trolling people, conspiracy people, and whatever.
Yep.
I was like, really? Yeah. And he's nonchalant about it too, because he's like, yeah, I just observed and reported. That's all I did. Okay.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Definitely, there's people get paid to troll the chats, man. I have no other explanation for the cuckery that goes on in the chats, bro. Fuck.
Yep.
No other explanation. Somebody's getting paid.
Somebody's getting some Skrilla.
Dude, I do a little live stream about a flat Earth meetup, and I get trolled like a fucking like it's the second coming, bro. It's like, where do these guys come from, man? It's awesome, man. I mean, well, I don't know where the fuck it comes from.
Yeah, takes all kinds now.
It does, man. And I just, I'm a different kind of vibe person, man. I'm not gonna. I don't like to give them energy, but I do tell them that karma is a bitch, man. So be careful what you do in life.
Karma can be a bitch. I tell you what.
Yep.
The last few months of my life, well, I guess the last 9 months of my life, have shown me that I either in this life did a bunch of really awesome shit to deserve such good karma that I don't remember doing. Or it was a different
No.
So karma can go both ways, and I think that's actually the
treat people like you want to be treated, man. I mean, it's a stupid, simple fucking thing. It's too fucking simple.
Stupidest, most cliche, but it works.
Yeah, but it does work, man. I am a testimony to this working, man. I've gone and just always wanted the best for everybody I ever met, man. Even if it's a homeless person or a millionaire, I'm like, dude, man, good for you, man. You're a millionaire.
Sure,
Fuck.
sure.
Yeah. You're a homeless person, dude. Right on. Yeah. I don't.
I'm not gonna let you come crash at my place, but all the love, brother.
All the love, bro.
That
I still give you love. Doesn't matter, man. You're a billionaire. Fuck, I still give you love, man. I mean, it's stupid as fuck, but just try it, see how it works out, man. I don't have the answers. Believe me, I'm not. I'm not Alan Watts. Damn it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
here's some. I got a jet, man. I'm gonna start cooling down, but I wanted to say
cool
something
off,
about
man.
that.
I'm gonna.
About that.
I'll
The
piff
Alan
out.
Watts thing that you just said. Hold on, we'll say goodbye here after I say this. The Alan Watts thing. It says it's interesting. We always call it falling in love, and we never call it rising into love.
There you
What
go.
is that?
I love that kind of like flip on that. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'll think about that for like a month straight every day.
Yeah.
Like, fuck, that's deep.
Fuck, yeah, man. Yeah. Watts would drop some little gems, man.
Yep.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Yes, sir.
Hey, philosophy is it's one of the greatest things that we do in our lifetime, man. And to philosophize about shit, man.
I suppose it's one of the only things that we do that, I mean, we philosophize, nothing else philosophizes, and we seem to enjoy it. I don't know if it makes us better or worse at living or whatever, but it makes us unique to the other life here, I think. And and
no doubt
also
about it.
Science is philosophy. Almost, I would say everything we do out of like a decision, especially an agreement between each other, is all philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Anything we do, shit, I don't know, man. Because where's the line, right, between instinct and philosophy? Anyway, we could go down
That's
that.
it, man. I mean, where's the instinct between reality and philosophy? That's the line I'm looking for. Reality and philosophy. What can I see and feel and taste with my own senses, right? Or versus.
Well, you just want to know what's really black and what's really white.
Yeah, exactly. That's where all of us should be, man. And I think all of us are. I think all of us are there, man. Actually, I think we're really close. So
we're
keep
getting
going,
there, dude. Yep.
Keep going, baby. Don't give up. I mean, I know days are hard and times is shit and that kind of thing, man.
I don't know. It's getting better. It's getting better
but if you look at it from a different perspective, man, you might see some greatness that's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And everything. It literally is everything we got.
100%.
All right, man. You have a good night.
Go to bed, damn it.
All right. Later.
Us West Coasters will take over from here, man. Got some West Coasters in the house, man. I know it. Somebody, either that or UK. UK people that are just waking up now, man, saying, hey, good morning. Where's my coffee? I need some coffee. I need coffee. Jump on in. If not, I'll just piff. I hope you guys don't mind. All right, I'll piff. Piff it is. A piff means an epiphany. We've all experienced epiphanies in our life. And it's the realization that you need to look at this thing a little differently. And there's always stumbling blocks along the way, man. There's no way of getting around that, I don't think, man. I could be wrong. You could get around some stumbling blocks and cruise through. But the mindset has to be good, solid, true. It has to be true. And if you're trying to fuck the trueness, man, and not be true, you're fucked. You know what I mean? You are screwed if you're not true. And that's the bitch. I hate to suck it to you, man, but that's it. You have to have the trueness in as many things as you can do every day. You can't skip a little here or there. I mean, you got to have that true heart in what you're doing. And if you don't have that, man, you're off the tracks. You're off the rails, as they say. So you keep it true, keep it straight, keep it flat and level, man. They've all these beautiful things they've told us about how to keep it, man. Keep it real, keep it flat, keep it straight. And those, it's right in our faces, boys and girls, so we don't have to fuck around, man. It's right in our faces. So that's the cool thing that makes me smile every day, man, is we can keep it true, level, straight, flat, right in the heart, man. Not just your mind, but in your heart. And if I don't know what you do for a living, but if you're out there helping people get shit done, man, do it with a cool heart. Everything should work out, man. I don't think there's a getting around going out every day and working, man. I don't know. I don't know another workaround. I mean, unless you're like an inheritance baby. But if you're an inheritance baby, you ain't coming on 24/7 Discord, man. I guarantee it. But if you're a true person that has to go out and deal with the jungle every day, it's a jungle out there, man. Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games, man. We have fun and games in the jungle. No shit. Hollywood. No shit. Hollywood kicks it out, man. It's real. You've never seen the globe with your eyes, but, it's real. So therefore, you have to go into Fairy Disneyland. Fairy Disneyland. You have to go out and say, hey, man, every day I walk out of my house, I'm on my TV, and it's real. I saw it. It's real. I saw the globe. It's totally real. 100%. Shit. The manipulation of the mind has been construed into some kind of fucking crock pot of psyops, man. It has absolutely been crazy, man, to see the amount of manipulation of the mind through the media over the years of where we live, what the hell's going on, where we live. But to take it to outer space and millions and trillions of miles away is absolutely it's a little over the top, boys, man. You think you guys can pull that off?
Hi, Republicus, are you there?
What was I saying? 26 trillion miles.
Hello.
And none of it's even fathomable. It's just ridiculous. If the corkscrew solar system that's fake is happening, then isn't everything else corkscrewing too?
Depends on how much wine you drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the moon's smiling at me pretty big right now, moving ever so slowly, even though we're just ripping through that cosmos. Look at this, just moving super slow.
Well, if you have a P900 or P1000 or something equivalent of a good telescope, try to set up your tripod and try to keep the moon. Yeah, try to keep the moon in the center. It goes pretty fast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that movement, it takes, I don't know how many hours, 12 hours or whatever you want to call it, to cross the sky. So it's not that fast.
Well, usually you see the moon once a day, so except for new moon, you'll never see it for those 1 to 3 days. Depending on the clouds and chemtrails.
Sinks down into the North Pole hole, hangs out there for a few days.
Yeah, there's 0 pictures of a new moon. So whether it's hard to spot with a new moon or for some reason it's never been captured, but it continues on its 29-day cycle despite being invisible for those 1 to 3 days.
Even the moon has to do groceries, man. Just accept it.
He's got taxes to pay.
Yeah.
I heard multiple people say that they're confused about not being able to see all the stars in the sky. You know, it's like, come on, man. How far do you think you can see? How far do you think the light's going to travel?
How long do you think the night would last? Because if you could see all the stars, then the sky would be white.
I can't see forever. It's you just gotta check their honesty and be like, "What? You think you can see forever?
Yeah.
Really? How? There's no way. Like,
so weird.
Yeah, there's no way you think it. They'll be like, "Why do you think you can't see forever?" And they'll be like, "I'm asking you." No, well, I'm asking you. Like, they Globers always want to be the ones asking questions, especially like the anti-flag.
There's no logic in it. I mean,
questions.
You drive away from a mountain, and then that large mountain disappears. You get far enough away. It's like, it's just there's no logic in it.
Well,
everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows.
When you move away from a mountain, the mountain also moves away from you.
Like everybody knows everything shrinks with a distance. Yeah, they come here and ask, why does stuff shrink at a distance? Like But you know, when you're growing up, you're like, oh, it disappeared. Oh, that car disappeared. Oh, my house disappeared. Like, you know that as you're going away, it's going to shrink in size. You may not know the terms, but you know instinctually.
If your house were to disappear, would you not go looking for it again?
The Glover would be crying, driving away, and the car is like, my car, a house is down.
Like, I think the argument we can only see so far is kind of weird, because when it's a clear sky, I can follow planes for about 200 nautical miles from horizon to horizon. So that means to one end I can see 100 nautical miles, to the other end I can see 100 nautical miles. So, you know, isn't that like kind of weird? That they say, oh, you can only see for 3 miles, you can only see for 25 miles. But when you see those big white lines across the sky, you can see for hundreds of miles. So, you know, how does that work?
All you have to do is check your local weather. Or my local weather tells me my visibility on the road, highway visibility, and usually it's like 14.6 kilometers. So I'm like, what? I'm 3 feet above the. I'm 5 feet above the ground, and I can see 14.6 kilometers. You're debunking yourself.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's kind of it's self-evident that A, Globers don't look into it, and B, you know, meteorologists and all, you know, seemingly globe institutions are all working off a flat model. Like, if you go to an airport, or, you know, you read your NOTAM, your Notice to Airmen, you have your visibilities, you have your air pressures, and you know, if you go on a globe, then you should have like your Coriolis deviation of the wind, for example, for airplanes, because, you know, the wind is not always the same speed, yet the Earth is moving at the same speed in the globe model. So if the wind is going to change, then you got a Coriolis deviation. So that should be noted for everyone. Where is that?
Yeah, I just posted there, and it says my visibility is
yeah, that's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah, so I have a 10-mile visibility at 4 foot height. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's in your face, but they don't understand it.
Yeah, you're telling me I could see 16 kilometers from a driver's height. Like, it's right there. Yeah.
Like, I live near the sea, and when I grew up, they always told me, oh, the ships go over the horizon. So, as a kid, you know, you take that as given, because, you know, your uncle is saying it, your nephew is saying it, everyone basically says it who lives on the coast. So, you know, for 40 years, no, a little less than 40 years, you know, that's what you've been imprinted. And then when you actually look at it, it makes no sense. And it's just a convenient hand wave in nice words, you know, like, it's not like a dismissal of something. They wrapped it really nice. Like, you know, if you grew up near the sea, then that is what you experience. So it has to be the curve. So it becomes like a second nature just to think it, because everyone is repeating the same mantra, but no one measured it. Like, and when I found out no one measured it, you know, everything fell apart. And it's so easy to measure, like especially now with mobile phones and vessel finders and all that crap. You know, all you need is your mobile phone and your eyes.
Yeah, like nobody I know has actually gone and tested anything. Like I've presented good arguments, but most of them are too busy or family or atheist or whatever. Like, yeah. So it's
Yeah, the number one thing I hear is my life won't even change.
Well, what I hear, let's say in family circles, and why I stopped trying to get people in family to, you know, actively look for it, is that they fear the consequences. So, you know, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. So everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, like my uncle was a professional photographer, and you know, when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from, you know, across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. You know, he was into, like, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff. And he was kind of like, you know, with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of like digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, oh, what am I looking at? He said, well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake. And at that time, you know, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer, he knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth t-shirt on, but, you know, I said, well, you know, remember that picture you made? Yeah, man, I'm just amazed that you did that back then. You know.
Hello?
Would you find out, you know, the perspective on it? Like how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, you know, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
So like,
Yeah, so he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like you know, it was a piece of art that he made back then, in the 80s, and back in the 80s you already had that, you know, Joshua Nowicki photograph of the Chicago skyline that was already in the circles of the photographers, but they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it, and it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Global will say, the CGI is fake. It's you wrecked yourself.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, no, you can actually see it. And every photographer, like, if you know, back in the 80s, the photographers who did that, because that was like a, you know, if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those, you know.
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
No,
didn't get
no, that's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue, and now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it, like, you know, never mind, you know, and I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because, you know, it's family and you don't want to, you know, jerk family members all around to get a point across. You know, I want them to find out for themselves. Like my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she, you know, she just shuts the blinds and says, no, I don't want any of this.
What's your rebuttal to the mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature, but that was debunked from the mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when Red Flag is there. You will see a few French mirages. But besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings. And looking through that plume, that is called a mirage.
Yeah, I understand, but
and it doesn't bend up, down, left, right. No, it goes like in generality all in all directions, but equal in all directions. So you just get a slightly enlarged, blurry image.
yeah, that's raising the curvature and perceived through the eye.
I don't know if you can raise the curvature because it would the light waves would be blocked by the curve in front of it.
Well, no. I mean it's perceived. I mean, because of course it'll look like it's the backside that's raised up, but it's really the front.
Are you able to repeat this effect in any way and post the video?
Well, I'm no expert in this field, but I can try to find one.
No, I want you to repeat this thing.
Repeat what? This experiment? What? That'd take time.
You'd have to show me that we can see around a corner.
No, you can't. Heat doesn't bend through the corner. It'll make it look before the corner enters. It's when the.
You're saying that we can see around the corner.
I didn't say that. I said through the perceived eye. It looks like it's sort of an illusion that the curvature has risen, but it's.
I'm saying I see Chicago right there in the picture. You're saying we can see around the curve of the Earth and we can see around the corner.
No, Mod Monkey was understanding what I was saying, but he didn't respond. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's just a rebuttal. So, like, what's up with the backstory with Flat Earth? Is there like are you guys like investigating there's some journalistic thing going on?
Most of us were truthers researching the government and their corruption, and then somebody suggested that we research Flat Earth, and we're like, whoa, shit, Earth is flat. There's no curvature, no Earth spin, no proof of gravity.
Oh.
What's your backstory?
Mine? Oh, I just, I was invited in here from a friend a while ago, and then I just hop in here when I'm bored.
You must be a bored person.
Well, it's like 12, and there's nothing else to do. I'm not tired. I can't sleep.
Yeah, some topics are off limits, but yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, I prayed a long time, but.
No, I'm just curious about this flat Earth thing, because usually when somebody says flat Earth, people just look at him like he's retarded or something.
And then then I debate them, and they get destroyed in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of viewpoints readily available. Usually, they just blindly come in here underestimating everybody.
100% of Globers do not know their own model, so.
Well, I'm sure a physicist could handle the debate in here, but a lot of people.
No, like a physicist deals with physics.
Well, okay. Well, a physicist who's researched biomes within their.
Yeah, but the globe is a geometry, and you don't settle geometry with physics. You settle geometry with direct measurements of the elements of the geometry.
But physics stems to you could say physics between physics and environmental science, I guess. Sort of correlated with each other.
Well,
environmental science.
You research movements of tectonic plates and other things like that.
No, those things have no relation.
The math does, and the slopes certainly do.
No, they don't. Because they, like, earthquakes, any geological event, flat earthers and globe earthers both experience. So that doesn't matter for the geometry of Earth.
Well, you have to understand, physics doesn't only stem from just applied math. A lot of it has astrophysics involved too.
And those things all depend on the radius of Earth, which they never observed and documented in any research paper to verify the value that they use for the radius of Earth, which is a requirement to call their work science, because every value they use has to be measured before they can use it within a calculation. And that measurement comes from a observation which is well documented and repeatable for everyone else to do, so you can do science, aka repeat what the other has done to verify if he's correct. Not one globe scientist has ever measured curve on the Earth or radius. They take the values as given from assumptive calculations. Not one observation is documented of the curve of the Earth or radius. So thereby they have failed to meet the scientific requirements.
Well,
and therefore they cannot claim themselves to be scientists because their baseline is not based on measured observations.
Well, NASA has published many of this stuff, but I mean, you reject anything NASA says, so like you.
No, I don't, because I have NASA papers which state that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, you could always twist anything to say what you want.
No, the point is that if NASA says it's flat, and I got papers for it, and on the other hand they say it's a globe, and other people got papers for that, then you have one institution speaking two different things. That means you got to figure out what is true and what is not. And the only way you can do that is to measure the Earth for yourself. And that's pure geometry.
Yeah. If you're going to be agnostic about science, then why not be agnostic about globe? Why do you have to just flat out deny a globe and just conceal it to flat Earth? I mean, I don't see the logic here. You could just be agnostic. You don't have to go out, because a real scientist is agnostic. They don't just flat out.
My thing is not about boo the globe or boo politics. My point is boo stupid human that believes in things that you can measure for yourself. No one has to believe a globe or flat Earth.
Okay.
Anyone can go out and measure it for yourself. That's why I'm here. I can help you do that. I can help you explain the method. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, you got to believe in the flat Earth because the globe sucks. No.
Any method that's derived from the party who wants you to believe their idea, of course, the methods will be arranged to whatever supports their idea. I mean, these methods to measure if the Earth is flat should be based on their own knowledge, not this knowledge coming from here, because it's bias. You don't want bias in research.
If you don't want bias in research, then you have to handwave everything they tell you about the globe.
No, you have to enlist in a controlled study of every single factor and do a long and tedious.
I already explained that to you. If I want to repeat a scientific study of astrophysics or astronomy or physics that involves a value of R for Earth, and I dig down into the sciences where they got their radius value, I find out that they never measured it, it has never been observed, and thus everything dependent on that radius value is therefore nullified, because you need direct measurement of the values used. Otherwise you cannot claim the value to be true. And that is pure scientific method.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Number games are fun, but we're going to move
Listen,
on.
I
Move
just-
on because I just
Yeah.
wanted
Yes,
to
let's
ask
move on.
quickly.
I wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
well, I
just
was
wanna
going to
check
take it
with
back to the
Matthew.
Earth, but yeah. Don't worry.
Let me just ask Matthew. So Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right.
logically.
So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the
Matthew?
difference between belief and knowing?
believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right, what
Okay,
does,
let's
what
let
does,
Wolf
what does,
take
what
it.
does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one
But
sentence.
just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure,
what does knowing mean? Or
Yeah,
knowledge?
having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
No.
give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based
Well, no, you don't.
a whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. I believe him. Like a bunch of
I liked
evidence.
it better
So
with the
you could,
Canada example.
you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say
He
that you
told me.
believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of?
What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what
Curvature,
it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So, is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
Right,
the
but you
flat
don't
horizon.
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm
Well, what
talking
you
about.
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do
Sunsets,
with the
all that.
actual Earth, right?
But
But
we're talking
everything
about
to
the
do
Earth,
with
though.
your dreams.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're
How
talking
big
about
is
what you
that? The
stand on.
universe?
Huh?
What you stand on.
You
know what's
the
below your
ground.
feet.
Like I go to the
Yeah.
ocean.
We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It
Yeah.
looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it
Yeah.
definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One
that's
second,
right.
I just want to say, so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
Yeah.
Let me
Exactly.
respond to what Crack
That's a
said.
good point. right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You don't. Don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
you said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so, how would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on in relation, when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable, and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear
It's
what you're
flawed.
saying. I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is saltwater. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're
I
back
can't
to
prove
this.
it.
We said we can't prove the globe, and then now you say you can prove the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well,
Well,
like,
there's
so,
no prove
yeah.
anything in the physical world.
Not water.
Sorry, that was the best
Honestly,
one, man.
this is it.
You
This
can
is
go
it.
to
This
the
is the
ocean,
logic we're
prove
talking
that
about, right?
there's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive like dog. That was funny.
Someone go on
Just to
YouTube.
lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
As a ball. What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what
I
NASA
don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco over
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of five.
Is it your number? Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1 and when you say 1, we mean the same thing, and we're using it the same way.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're not saying. You're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word proof. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word.
Okay, because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
If you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number 1 and number 1. You know, we are speaking now about number 1. That means that proof in this moment means number 1 for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number 1?
He wants to be specific, not colloquial.
1 apple. Okay, so we put 1 apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is 1 apple in front of us?
No, I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number 1. You know that I thinking what he is thinking, what proof it is. You know, but I want
let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about Apple sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you one specific question: Is it a proof? If we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
That's what he's saying. Wait, Sasha. He's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and
that's what
I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but
I
here's
can
here's
agree.
here's three proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school, okay? Like, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof, right,
Right.
Matthew?
So,
I would agree with
Right.
that.
right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So, how many senses do we have to use before we start to? How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that
would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the with our physical senses. I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof. The same way that mathematics.
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time? How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then,
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical. Oh,
listen,
damn.
No. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is
Let me
what we
explain the
experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
right, so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that you could.
No, we're not talking about
Mathematics isn't a realm.
We're not talking
By the
about
way,
mathematics. Wait.
can we just
Wait.
state this as well?
I need to know.
Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear.
Yeah,
It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one month.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait. So what does true mean then? If it's not reality, because reality is.
True is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
The
true.
real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it then.
You don't know
So
that
you
it's
definitely
true.
don't know it then.
You don't know that it's
Yeah.
true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that
How
you
would you know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot, all the while.
You can't know salt water. You can't
You
know pot, you can't know
you
apples.
cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the
one hand you can't know
statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See. Like, listen. Let me just address says who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows that he
I said
never
I could know all of those things. It's just that I didn't like the word
No,
proof.
because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things. Because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
But you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven. I
No,
can't say
there's
it's
a
true.
difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never observed. Can
So,
you?
crack your example of the boiling pot is an example, a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you
Yeah,
know
hell
that
yeah,
Canada exists.
Canada.
You know
Canada.
for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah. So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada.
No, I'm sure about saltwater.
Okay,
I'm
does
100%
Canada exist?
Canada exists, and saltwater is in the ocean.
Hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that
Now
like
show the
all,
strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no,
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because
That's
there's no
right.
curvature to prove that it's a globe. to
Exactly
begin with.
right.
So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've
Now,
just
knowledge
said
is a
the
separate
globe can't be
question than
proven.
proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
No,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that
can't
there's
prove it.
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you
how-
asked me about proof, and I said I
let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then?
All
Since you
kinds,
can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
Maybe
be
I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit.
Yeah,
he was
Crypto,
talking about.
sorry, I don't want to get in the weeds.
So-
Sorry about
Are you
that.
saying,
Yeah, maybe I can.
question, please. Are
No.
you saying
Yes. No.
that you
Hello.
can prove?
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go.
We hear you.
Go for it.
Quick
Alright, cool.
question. One question for Matthew.
Crypto, go.
One question. So you're saying you can
I'll just
prove
wait
the
then.
curvature
No worries.
mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are
Yeah.
you
So
saying
you're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like
This-
2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got 3 elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you can speak of epistemology, but there are even problems with epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of course.
yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, that's what you spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs, as will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle. Right. Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily. Right. Okay. So truth would be the right leg. Okay. It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg. Okay. In the middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole. Okay. Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is. Okay. But the issue is that you say you can know things, first, you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things, in fact, are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another. Anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary. And I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know of any arguments. Students, Matthew.
Am I going to what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
To justify true belief, crypto. He's got a Pornhub subscription and everything.
You guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know
Yeah,
what?
no, you're not
I
right,
know
Matthew.
that there are problems with
I
this
think I'm expert by now,
justified
yeah.
true belief. I know that
Even though
it's
you're
a whole
kind of
thing and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
Yeah, but
I'm not even gonna apologize. I'm just pissed.
can
What are
you
you
one
pissed about,
question?
EC?
One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixing.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
Whoa,
Now you can't,
no,
now you can't
Were
prove
you
it again.
expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah,
Well,
give the guy
yes.
some credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right? Right, Matthew?
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, like, you know, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should
etc.
ask there, man.
Well, I think the
So,
main
you know
point
what,
that we
you're-
need to
you're
point
right
out
about
here,
that.
I think the main point what we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold, and this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
I got a question for you guys. Do you guys hate people who do not believe in Jesus Christ or your religion?
No. So
No.
it's their choice. It's their choice. Guys, this isn't the religious. So everyone is welcome from every
Roger,
layer.
you're lagging. We can't really hear what you're saying.
Oh, so we're only allowed to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, this isn't a religious server. And I'm glad you guys found your faith, right? That's all fine. But this isn't a religious server. So,
but
yeah, and
it's really
hard. Yeah, sorry, wind is blowing here.
Yeah, I can tell, man.
So the point is, this is the live stream, and we are this is dedicated for flat Earth, and I know it sometimes goes off topic, but yeah. So Luda, you're new,
Mm-hmm.
and Why do you think that? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
What do I think about the shape of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Like at a 1 from 10, I'd say I believe it 7, 10. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure. I have my doubts.
You believe it, right? What is it you believe?
What is it do I believe? I believe that I need to stay and keep being skeptical,
Okay, but so 7 out of 10, you think it's a flat Earth?
Yeah,
or?
I think it's most likely a flat Earth, yeah.
And why? Why do you think this?
Why do I think this?
Mm-hmm.
My entire life, people try to convince you that it's a globe, but I've never really seen any concrete evidence that's like upheld by actual logic and sense,
So what about all these space pictures, right?
Yeah,
Earth is a ball, right? What about them? Why don't you believe it?
Why don't I believe it?
Right.
Well, you see the technology right now, right? How you can Photoshop and make anything look real.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could Photoshop and...
Yo, Elbow, do you not believe my story, bro? Are you gonna call...
The government has like a million bajillion dollars to do that, and all that money from funding NASA. I'm sure they could. I'm sure they could make up a lot of movies and a lot of video footage that could make it true.
Can I interrupt, Roger?
Sure. Yeah,
Sorry, Roger.
I felt it. I felt it too. So let's go, Gospel. Yeah.
Luda, if it's flat, how could we know?
How can we know? Well, first of all, just look at the horizon. I've been like everyone says the horizon is like
okay. So besides looking at the horizon, what do you do with it?
What do I do with it?
Yeah.
What do I do with the horizon? Okay. I've seen an experiment where
No. Don't even go down that road at all.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to get from me right now.
Yeah. So this is a question of what is. Are you familiar with that phrase? What is? Do you understand
not really,
those words?
No. Please explain.
Yeah. What is? Question mark as a statement, right? This is a question of what is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't about a how. This isn't a question of causality. This isn't a thing that requires experimentation. This is a question of description and measurement.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe
so back to the Hawk, you're interrupting. So back to the original question: how can we determine what is?
What is? Could you give me an example of like an answer that would be to what is? Not necessarily flat Earth. I need an example.
So you have a computer in front of you?
Sure.
Does it have a table?
Sure.
Okay. How can you describe and how can you explain the nature of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How do you do that?
I see it.
No. How do you go forth in describing the nature of the features of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How?
Well, by experimenting first. And
no, that's retarded, by the way.
That's retarded.
It has,
okay.
Yes, it is extremely. So no. So it's not exclusively it's not independently observation all by itself.
Uh-huh.
There's some things that are necessary, which I already gave a hint to. I technically already gave you the answer. You would never perform an experiment to describe the surface of your table. That is retarded.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, then please give me the answer, okay? Because you have
measurements. Three-dimensional reality, you measure it.
Okay.
It's very simple. This is like elementary.
Okay.
Not like Sherlock's version of elementary, dear Watson, but like actual third grade elementary school elementary.
Okay, let's go back to your point. Your point is that you want to find out if I believe or not. But
shapes. No, it's not about belief. I asked a very simple question to kind of expose how you're a low energy troll. It's as simple as that. Okay, so the fact of the matter is, it is what it is unless you're a solipsist. Okay, are you a big fan of solipsism?
No, I don't. Okay.
Well, maybe you are and you just don't know. But whatever the case, it is what it is. Do you disagree?
It is what it is. I love that saying. Yeah.
Or is it something that it isn't?
I mean, obviously, it is what it is. Yes.
Okay,
It could
that's
be
not
something
obvious
else.
to everybody. That's not obvious to everybody. There are people known as solipsists that appreciate the opportunity to have direct contradiction in reality.
I've never claimed to have the proof or
That's
know,
not what
or know
solid
what is what it is. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure and stay,
I
skeptical about
I have
everything.
high
But
doubt
I don't
that any of that
understand
is
why
sincere.
you're targeting me necessarily.
Well, only because of your insincerity, and people that are disingenuous are typically higher targets for.
Is it only because I don't believe in God? And
No, not.
Oh,
not
That's the
whatsoever.
only
That-
thing
that
I was
has nothing
talking
to do
about.
with
Yeah,
it.
that's it. You figured it out.
When he first came in, he was 50-50. So I think we're making progress. He's at least
Wait, I never said I was
now.
50-50.
Oh, I thought you did when you said you were like teetering on the top and you weren't sure, but leaning our way. But
Yeah,
now
it's
you
called
seem
being
to be
a troll.
leaning more. So I don't know.
There's
no progress.
Listen, guys, can I interject for a second? Can I interject for a second? Okay, so check this out. Okay, you're using maybe it's by mistake or whatever. We're very rigorous here about our definitions of things, right? So an experiment is for like phenomenon, things that happen. So you can experiment and figure out what causes this, right? X causes Y. So it is what it is means like there's things that just exist physically in the world, and you don't need an experiment to figure. You don't need the cause of why that is the way it is to know what it is.
Okay, sure.
So you don't need to know that the carpenter built your table to know that it's a square.
Okay.
Right. You don't need a theory of wood or drills or anything. Right. You don't need to know anything about carpentry to know what it is. Right. And when he's calling you a low energy troll, because it sounds like you're just fishing. You're trying to figure out what you think we want to hear. Right. That's what it sounds like to me.
No.
Probably sounds like to everybody else in here.
Wait, hold on. If I really wanted to do that, I could pretend to believe in God and do all those things.
But listen. Why do you think? See, you're already fucking up because you already got the idea that flat earthers are religious. Like I don't know where you got that idea from. I'm not at all.
Okay, everyone.
And most of the people on this server are
is religious.
Yeah, to be fair,
No,
we
that's
were
not
talking about religious people.
Like I only people I've spoken to so far. I've joined this recently. I've spoken to everyone.
23,000 people on this server.
Religious.
There's 23,000 people on this server. You talked to 5 people.
Oh yes, I just joined, so I'm sorry.
And we were when he joined, we were having a conversation about religion. So I get why he got away with that.
And what did Roger say? Roger said, if we're going to have a religious discussion, you want to move it to somewhere else because it's not the basis of the server.
I was willing to do that, yeah, but I was starting to get questioned. I don't know why.
Does this sound like
because
dude,
you guys think
listen, pom dude, that keeps interjecting from the side. Don't anymore, please. Okay, I'm having a conversation with one person. This is bullshit.
You guys are grilling one person.
So what? Mind your fucking business. Okay, I'm talking to this one person.
I feel like
all right.
I don't care about your feelings, dude. You a chick? Anyway, listen. So, does it sound like this is based upon religion? If we want to move you out of the live stream, which is broadcast everywhere, and we're trying to get it off, get it out of here. Why would we do that if we're a religious server?
Oh, okay.
Your idea of flat.
I'm sorry for.
It's a common misconception that flat Earth is based upon religion. That is incorrect. It's not based upon that. It's based upon objective, empirical reality, and not measurements. It's not based upon Jesus, Allah, Buddha, or anything like that.
The only reason I was talking about religion is because that was what we were talking about before. That's
then why did you say something like, if I believed in God, then you'd be treated differently or something? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, well,
not at all.
Because I felt like I was the outlier because everyone else I've spoken to was religious, and you're the you're the only person I just started talking to that it's not. But I felt like I was getting targeted.
Everyone else you're talking to
because I didn't know why else.
Probably over 30 years old. So why didn't you pick that as a property that they ban people for? Yeah.
Sorry.
So you're just like
I
arbitrary.
didn't hear the whole thing. Say it again.
Okay. Everyone else you're talking to is over 30 years old. Why didn't you say you're just banning me because I'm under 30?
I have no idea that everyone else how old everyone else is. I have no idea.
The point is, you picked an arbitrary thing.
No,
an arbitrary thing that
no,
I'm different here, so this is why you're banning me.
I didn't pick
This is why we're calling you disingenuous. Because a lot of triggered atheists come on here thinking that flat Earth is based upon religion, right?
I never said that though. How are you making this up?
It's inferred from the way you're acting. It's inferred from the way you're acting.
Okay, well, I'm just saying what you're inferring is just wrong.
But
you don't know.
You
don't really know me that much, so I don't know how much.
It's not about knowing you. It's about what you
actually know about all of this.
Listen, I don't want to fixate on this because this is a flat Earth server, right? So, just want to give you a foundation. Dude.
Okay,
seriously.
I appreciate
if you keep interrupting the way you're interrupting, you'll be muted or banned. Okay, we don't roll like this, man.
Sure.
So, just trying to give you a foundation on how we roll here, right?
Yeah,
it's not a religious server. What we do here is we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. That is not the goal here. We don't care what you think. We really don't. Obviously, from the way we're treating you, we don't really care if you're a flat earther or not a flat earther or globe earther, concave earther. We don't really care. We're only going to give you information, right? And if we're going to brainwash you to do anything, it's going to be to think for yourself.
Well,
right? We want you to be able to critically think about the issue. So one example of that,
sure.
Listen. So one example of that, this issue does not get critically thought about is you think that you can do an experiment to determine the shape of something. And it's not your fault you think that. It's because people are taught in school that the only people that can figure out the shape of the Earth are super smart scientists, right?
Yeah.
And you need to do these crazy experiments. And ironically, they also are convinced that if you don't think the Earth is flat, you're dumb, right? So you have to be super smart to understand it in the first place, but you're dumb if you don't believe it. It's a contradiction, right?
I agree.
So these are some of the things we point out, these contradictions, logical fallacies, that when it comes to the globe, right, there's actually no evidence of it. And it's just a tradition or an idea that's been passed on over and over again. Because if you stick around here, you're going to find out, people come in here, they'll say, what about the Coriolis effect, for example? And then you ask them for actual evidence, data, whatever, and all they can do is give you models, right? But they can't give you any actual measurement data that it is what it is, right? That there actually is this Coriolis effect in the physical world that we can go out into the world and measure. So the prime example of the Earth's not a globe is, where's the curvature, right? And we don't determine whether the Earth is curving or not by simply looking at it, because looking is subjective, right? So if I look at some railroad tracks, they converge in the distance, right? So if I drew a conclusion from just looking at it, I would think that those railroad tracks come together at some point. But we know they don't. They're parallel. But to tell they're parallel, we'd go out there into the world with a tape measure and measure the tracks and figure out they're the same distance apart along their entire length, right? So what we do is we go out and we measure the world and look for this curvature that they say exists, right? We take their model, radius 3,959 miles. It makes predictions about the geometry. The horizon should be here. You should see this from this distance. If you have a straight line or at eye level along some distance, the surface of the Earth should drop away from that line some other distance, right? Some other length, right? So 25 miles from eye level, the Earth should drop away 440 feet. So we go out and we test these things. And when you go out in the real world and you test them, these don't exist. This is why we can dismiss all the images from space, because all the images from space depict a curving surface of water, right? When you see the so-called blue marble, you see that image, they show a curving ocean. They show the ocean is curved, right? Curved into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
So we can go to the water, right? The water on where we are, right? What they say is curving in the real world, and we can go measure, and then it's not curving, right? The water is completely flat when we measure it at any length. So should we believe the images or the results of the tape measure?
I'd say the results.
Yeah, the results of the tape measure. And then you say, hey, this is the way it is. They say, no, you're a stupid flat earther. You say, oh, okay, go measure it yourself. They go out into the real world and they measure it themselves and they go, shit, it really is flat. What you'll find out is that most flat earthers have actually gone out into the world and done tests. And that's what convinced them. Not us saying, hey, the earth is flat and everybody jumping on the bandwagon. It's from people actually going out to the world and verifying for themselves, this is the nature of our reality.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Nice.
Good morning.
Morning. Jig bit.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
You trying to listen on YouTube at the same time? Is that why there's a delay there? Gigabit?
Yep, I'm off now.
Okay, cool. Well, hi, welcome to the server.
Can you hear me?
Yep. How'd you find the server? Through the YouTube? Oh, this is like Telegram or Telegraph or carrier pigeon communication. I may as well write a letter and throw it into the ocean.
Message in a bottle.
If I can get to know you a little bit better, Gigabit, you having connection problems? Hello.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on now.
I heard the words, yes, sorry, I'm on, and that's it.
Hey, sorry, I didn't have connection problems. I am online now. I'm not sure if you were talking to me or not, so.
Oh, yeah, I was trying.
Yeah, my apologies. I have multiple speakers and mics, so trying to get the right ones set up.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I was just figured if I could get to know you a little bit, I could get you the VC verified tag. Have you had a chance? Sure. Have you had a chance to look at the welcome information, kind of the general internet etiquette?
I have not. No, I was kind of in this movement a few years ago, and then fell off due to just like work and some other things, and so starting to crawl back in, and here I am. I just found the Discord, so no, I'll take a look though.
Okay.
I think a lot of people fell off, including me, because of the shadow banning on YouTube and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, the games that they play are wearisome.
Yeah, now I'm 24/7, dude. Oh man, I go to sleep to it. Like, I ain't gonna forget again.
I hear ya.
So is this one of the larger groups that's together, or I mean, I think back in the day. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think unless you're aware of any other gatherings online with more than 25,000 members.
Oh yeah, not at all. I just remember I used to follow like Dubay back in the day, and I'm trying to remember a couple of other guys' names like ODD and.
Yeah, this is a grandchild of the ODD, or maybe you could just say a child of the ODD Discord server.
Gotcha.
Many of the members here were part of the original Discord ODD, the Discord server that ODD started. So yeah.
Cool. You guys got chapters set up in the country at all in different locations, or?
Not really. We just get to know each other. Sometimes hang out. Nothing in a formalized manner, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Most of the formal stuff gets grabbled, infiltrated, something along those lines.
that was gonna be kind of my next topic. Is how to. It seems like that's always a problem, right? Like keeping the.
Well, what happens is a smooth talker gets in there with his charisma and personality and likable characteristics and stuff, but he's got an agenda. And I'm not thinking of anyone necessarily in particular.
I'm watching you, Gospel.
But it happens.
Like you're talking about yourself now.
Oh, that's funny. I think of myself as a little bumbly from time to time. I don't think of myself as a highly a person that draws very many people to himself. I don't think I have those characteristics in the slightest. My YouTube channel should be evidence of that, Rect. I've been under 300 or under 400 subscribers for years. So.
Well, I didn't even know you had one though. Do you have it linked to your profile?
No, it's just Gospel Bear. YouTube.com/Gospel Bear. It's just.
All right, I'll look it up when I'm stopped driving.
But that's actually how I found the beautiful Michelle Thaler LOL when I was reading the book of Jeremiah last night. I did that on stream, and lo and behold, I get in chapter 2, and I see their kings, their officials, their priests, and their prophets say to a tree, "You are my father," and to a stone, "You gave me birth." And I read those words, and I just froze/paused, and I was like, my oh my, I know exactly where I've heard this before. Michelle Thaler, NASA employee. I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. Yeah, so I made the meme this morning, and there you go. Nothing new under the sun. The evolutionary theory of coming from the universe and becoming one with the universe. That is not a new teaching. That doesn't come from Darwin. That comes from Mystery Babylon. It comes from the teachings of old. Yay! One of these days, people are going to believe me when I say this stuff goes back to the original lie. I'll have exhausted every. Well, I don't know. I'll probably never have enough time in my life to exhaust all of the possible evidences. There's probably millions and millions.
So let me ask: are most of you guys Christians, or is there?
I wouldn't say that would be accurate here. I think that there's a pretty decent presence or huh?
I was just going to say a pretty big mixing pool of different, but for the most part, everybody believes there's a creator. So
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yep. Cool.
Maybe in the 30 to 50% range, somewhere between 30 and 50% here
Yeah,
would
I
hold. Yeah.
some of the things that turned me off before. Well, I think before when I was in this movement, I don't know, I guess my brain wasn't as sharp as it is now, and I wasn't as able to spot like gatekeepers and controlled opposition as I am now. But I felt like, it's so easy to get, sucked into like another rabbit hole, or a gatekeeper, will give you that 80% good information and spin you off with a 20%. I just found that like some of the religious stuff, well, I think, the Bible's great for like learning and stuff, but obviously it seems like it has been manipulated by man throughout time. So I just didn't know where you guys stood on that, because it seemed like last time when I was involved in this, it was either like one or the other, right? Like the people who believed in flat Earth were also kind of like diehard Christians, whereas I was like, okay, I'm not sure I believe in like everything they're saying, but I definitely, it makes sense that there is a creator, right? And I definitely don't believe any of the stories that we were told.
Yeah.
About the monkey thing.
Yeah. That's interesting. I recommend people that have heard those sorts of narratives to continue to dig and scrutinize the claims, because you'll find very fascinating things out about the people that are making those claims, that that the original manuscripts, for instance, not original, the copies of copies in the process of 30,000 copies, and what that means and the implications thereof, and comparing that to all the other things that exist in document form and all that. You come to an interesting conclusion when you scrutinize the people that are making those accusations. It's interesting stuff. But for the sake of the of this voice channel and the server and everything, I do remind people that we try not to get into any deep religious conversation. It comes up over and over again because it's, even though most people don't like to admit it, it's probably the most important thing to everybody's life. So it winds up being a topic of discussion regularly.
Sure.
And then as moderators, we just do our best to go, okay, if you want to proceed, you can do so. We have a different place for that, because it's being live streamed. We always want to do our best to keep it on topic, so that people that don't know the actual falsification of curvature and all of that they can learn the relevant details, and that it's not that that Earth being flat is not a conspiracy theory. It's not founded on. It's supported by, but not founded on religion. And by supported by, I mean there are many religious books, actually, and many religious teachings that confirm what was referred to as an ancient cosmology or whatever. And it just so happens that it has nothing to do, or it's mutually exclusive, as in we can just measure it objectively. And it doesn't have to be dependent on anybody's opinion or beliefs or any of that. So, yeah. Thanks.
What are you guys thoughts on figuring a way out of this what we're in, kind of like Truman Show? I just watched a clip the other night that was kind of interesting, and I didn't watch the whole thing. It was just a clip, so I wasn't sure if it was an outtake or not. But I think he said something about like the southern wall is like the best to scale or something like that in the movie. You guys remember that?
No, not really. I was actually just thinking about the Truman Show the other day, and I had never thought of the Truman Show as a subversive movie. It sounds like such a victorious movie. It sounds like such a happy, victorious thing. Like, he escaped, yay! I would suggest what are the chances? Because again, consider the source. If you know much about Hollywood and what they're about, consider the source. What are the chances that it's subversive and that it's conveying a message that you could escape the firmament or our containment, or whatever you want to call the containment, our closed system containment, that attempting to escape or actually escaping is actually not what we're supposed to do, maybe not what we're able to do. And if we could do it, maybe it wouldn't be as good of a thing as they portray the victory in that movie. What if? Just a what if question. That's what I was thinking recently.
Yeah, it's difficult, but kind of fun, I guess, rewatching movies with this level of knowledge, right? Because it seems like a lot of the movies, pretty much all movies they put out, when I would watch movies with my kids, there would be content in there for the kids, but then there's content in there for the adults that would go over the kids' head. I'm noticing the same thing with like the truth subjects kind of now, right? And like you'll rewatch something that when you were completely asleep mean absolutely nothing, but then there are these like little pokes and jabs now that you can almost find in almost everything I watch these days. It's kind of fun, I guess.
I agree. Yeah, it provides a whole new context. Yeah, some shows are very, very hard to even watch for their surface level story, and you can't help but just be like, oh, subversion here, programming here. Look at this thing, look at this symbolism here, and it's like it can get really exhausting in some cases. But yeah, I found it more and more difficult to find, non subversive content. I mean, it's gone so far that here, let me see if this is a GIF. All right, so I don't know if you have ever seen this. Yeah, I put it in the live stream voice text. I also have a family. I have three children, and it's become necessary to relegate the TV shows to shows like Simon the Cat and Shaun the Sheep.
Trying to find the text. Let's see. It's not live stream 2 voice?
No, it's number 1 live stream voice text. Just above the VC that you're actively in.
I don't know why I don't see it.
If you see live stream 2, you should see live stream 1. It's just above live stream 2.
Yeah, I'm in live stream, but I don't see the text channel like I see it for 2.
The text channel's above the voice channel.
Yeah, I'm looking, but
this should pop up your name. I'll ping you.
Thanks.
You have the necessary roles, so you should be able to see a red number 1 pop up next to the text channel that I just pinged you in. You might have the category of live stream collapsed.
No, I don't. I don't know I don't know why I'm not seeing it. I see it says live stream. I'm in live stream. Above that is just playlist suggestions, and I have everything expanded above it.
Playlist suggestions.
Yeah, I can. Here, let me take a screenshot of what I'm seeing, and I'll drop it in whatever chat I can.
And you might need to close out and come back.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll be right back.
Gospel, what I try and do with movies is try and find one that doesn't have anything to do with the ball.
Oh, sure.
And I can't find it, brother.
Oh, I know. I was doing that recently where I just was like trying to find, okay, did the movie have a globe in it? And there was I watched Hellfighters, a John Wayne movie from the 1970s, I think it was. There's like you just look for a random movie and watch it and you're like, wow, it's there.
Because what they'll even do is like, Uncharted, they had it, well, for one, they were trying to act like the map that they had, it was kind of like the globe map, and it was acting like it was the first map or some crap. I'm like, okay, that's totally not true. But then they also had it where whenever they're on the airplane traveling, of course they're showing the course as if they're going, around the globe. You got the arc and everything. Yeah.
So I'm sorry, what was the significance of this, Jeff?
Yeah, Shaun the Sheep and Simon the Cat. I was telling you the different shows that it's had to go down to the level of basically TV shows that don't even hardly have words. I don't know if you've seen either one of those TV shows. I recommend them because
I recognize the sheep, but I don't think I've seen a full show.
Gotcha. Yeah, Shaun the Sheep. They have the TV show, and I even think they've made a movie. It's just lighthearted, funny, with very, very little opportunity for subversion. That doesn't mean that there's none at all. But
Definitions for subversion, please.
Like messages that involve some type of here, I'll give you an example. I don't know if I can give you a definition. I'll give you an example. So
all I'm thinking is propaganda.
Yeah, so let's say Shaun the Sheep, which is a guy, a boy sheep, right? If they portray Shaun the Sheep putting on makeup and pretending to be a girl, I would consider that subversion, like personally. Like, okay,
so basically a message.
A message, yeah. So like does that happen? That might happen in that show. I'm not 100% sure, but because there's almost no words in a show like that, it reduces the opportunity. Simon the Cat is an excellent example of almost zero. There's almost no words at all. It's basically the portrayal of what it's like to be a cat owner and the ridiculous behaviors of cats, which I don't have a cat. My parents had one when I was like about to leave the house as after high school. But anyway, it's funny. I think Simon the Cat is a funny show that has next to no subversion, and it's hard to find. It's a short list. Michael Landon was pretty Chad-like in the TV shows he was in. Not that they're perfect by any means. But Bonanza and Little House on the Prairie and stuff, pretty legit.
So what
I
do
don't
you guys
know.
think?
Go ahead, Jiggy.
I was curious. What do you guys think of like the whole Antarctica thing and the Admiral Byrd and the areas that were supposed to like have like tropical weather there and.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, last time I was in like this group, I think there'd been a lot of people talking about trying to put together some type of like icebreaker missions or like something to go out there and check it out. I didn't know, like, again, since I haven't been around for years, where that whole thing went.
I had a thought on that. I think that maybe, perhaps, the reason why they allowed that to be broadcast and why he was saying there was extra land bigger than America, etc., 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 is maybe perhaps because there isn't. So, you know, if it's an ice wall and if nobody can go past a certain point, for him to come on and say that, man, there's all this shit, all this space, dude, and all these resources, and makes people think that there's more to it. But maybe he said that, or they allowed it to happen because there isn't.
I guess, yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. In my thinking, I guess the one reason I'm thinking that there is maybe some hidden land is because of like all these people that either are used for, you know, these psyops, or that die off and then we never see again, or, you know, so I don't know if they're just going through like facial reconstruction surgery or.
Yeah, for sure. But like we don't know, right? There could be, there could not be. We haven't a clue. But when we try to process why they would allow that to happen, why they broadcast it on mainstream TV, why they're saying there's more than this, what do you call it? An alternative reason or whatever. It's maybe because it's leading you down the garden path.
Maybe right. You know, a lot of people, when you mention Admiral Byrd, they'll be quick to remind you, oh, Admiral Byrd, you know he was a Freemason, right? So it's like maybe he was telling the truth. Maybe he was, I guess that phrase that PMAC is using, leading you down the garden path. If I'm
there's definitely a chance that whole expedition was just a Hollywood stunt. But if I remember correctly, it seemed like he was kind of, when he first came back, he was like gung ho and like kind of spilling the beans, and then all of a sudden he shut up about it after subsequent interviews.
Yep. Yeah, and that's certainly a weird characteristic of people that are supposedly whistleblowing something. All of a sudden, they're just like disinterested in. Yeah, that seems to be a recurring theme.
I got a good question for you guys. Any of you tried joining the Masons yet? Try to just see what you can see.
I have heard of at least one person claiming to attempt that. I'm under the impression that
I wouldn't test that at all. Oh, thank you.
I'm under the impression it's by request and not by, or like, you know, you have to be invited. We'll call you. You.
We lose all our credibility. Just go in. I've talked to them a couple of times because I've just been interested in the whole thing, and they've invited me to actually join by just talking to the like one of the dudes, just by flagging them down and be like, hey, I'm kind of interested. I have had to move a couple of times, and so like I've never. They've invited me to the dinners, but I've never been able to like go back for like the initiations and stuff. And I've just been obviously thinking about it for probably 10 years now, and just has never worked out. But it seems like it's really easy to do, so that's why I was kind of curious.
I'm actually a 146th degree Mason now. Don't tell anybody, it's a secret. You guys, all the muggles think it's only 33 degrees. I'm up to 146, bruh.
Nice.
It goes on and on. It's like Scientology. You just gotta pay for it.
It's like Scientology. Wow.
Yeah, you get to the top and they just bolt on more levels.
I mean, it's clear that the people in the Blue Lodge, the first 3 levels, have no clue, right? Just from talking to them at dinner, they're at like the same mindset like my parents are. You know what I'm saying? Like you can tell they have no clue.
You only think 33 is the last level.
Yeah, why? I wonder where they get that number from. 33. It couldn't possibly be that they're trying to imitate someone. Could it?
Yeah, I mean, it's what is it? The age of Christ when he died on the the vertebrae. But what I guess I'm really curious about is all the So like, I'm in the crypto space a lot, right? As you can tell,
Okay.
maybe. But so I see the 33 signaling like all the time, right? I mean, it's like people will price things and buy them at 33, and like 33 is in the name, and I'm just like, holy shit! I try calling out people all the time, and it doesn't even get like one like, right? I'm like, why is there all this 33 signaling? It's so blatant and clear to me. I mean, just a day on Twitter, I will see it like 30 times. And it's just
you want the cryptocurrency tag?
Sure. I don't know what that does, but sure. What
There's a voice chat and a text chat about crypto here. That's all.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, why do you think, like, what is the signaling doing? Do you think it's just telling each other I'm on this team, or do you think there's something like a timing thing to it, or what do you guys take on that?
Sometimes it seems like they're doing word magic. Sometimes it seems like it's symbolic for something else. Might not just be one answer.
Gotcha.
Yeah, could be both.
All right, my last question, and I'll let someone else get in for a while. So when you guys were talking about these like smooth talker, controlled opposition types, what were you noticing? What type of what were they pushing you guys to? Like, what was the nonsense they were spinning you off to?
Well, I would say, as fairly as I can, that there are people that would actually accuse me of being one of those types of people, even though I'm not popular in the slightest. Because I wouldn't say that I gatekeep, but I do keep on pointing out the connections of these lies and how they tie to the Mystery Babylon occult mysticism. So for like I did earlier, right? I'm pointing out Michelle Thaler, the NASA lady, saying that she believes she's a complicated rock, and then I'm pointing out that this actually goes back to ancient paganism and stuff like that, right? So some people would be annoyed and be like, "Oh, this gospel bearer guy is always talking about the Bible and talking about how all these lies have a common denominator in the Mystery Babylon teachings. He's so annoying. I think he's just a gatekeeper trying to keep people from the secret special Gnosticism knowledge that we can become God," which also happens to be the same lie allegedly that Satan told Eve. Right, like somebody might point their finger at me. Right.
Gotcha.
On the other hand, go ahead.
Before I forget, because I forget things quickly, it reminded me of when I used to listen to. Do you guys remember Gnostic Media back in the day?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, man, I was really big into his show. He had it was some cool stuff, but I feel like it didn't take me long to figure out that he was controlled opposition also. I mean, some of the people he had on, and like I was just like, okay, this is too much. But yeah, I can't remember his last name, but it used to be a big show back in the day. But what you just said kind of makes sense now about where those teachings, that he was kind of trying to push his students towards that stuff.
In my opinion, there seems to be two messages. One is your only hope is acknowledgement and devotion to the creator of all things. That is one category of people, in my personal opinion. There's another category, and of course, that's really wide and very general or generic. I'm not even specifying necessarily when I make that statement. There does seem to be a different message in and outside of Flat Earth, but definitely inside of as well. A message of we are one with the universe, aka creation, not the creator, but creation, the things that were made. We are one with everything. Our oneness is one with everything, and everything is one. One is all is one. It's referred to as monism. It's referred to as sometimes as pantheism, but not necessarily. Monism is the belief that one is all and all is one, and we are one with the universe. We are all connected. Everything is frequency. Everything is vibration. Everything is everything, and we are everything. And we can ascend ourselves to the highest degrees of the everything. And other words to explain it. So it's my personal opinion that that's the great dichotomy between different people's philosophy. And I think that people, depending on which side they lean towards or stand upon, are going to point at the other side and go, those guys all are like what they say they're into. They're into transcending into the higher realms and becoming one with the universe. And oh, well, those guys are just religious, like some type of, MAGA weaponized terminology to drag somebody down and discredit them or whatever. Oh, those guys are just religious zealots, fundamentalists. They just have beliefs and, like whatever things that they want to say about the other side or whatever. So this is the dichotomy I see. That's what I've landed on as far as how I'd break down the differences.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah. The Antarctica conversation, that conversation gets brought up regularly. People. We even jokingly have a role called Antarcticades, because and Snow and Tell Pro, which is pretty hilarious. I think that was Napalm that came up with that. But anyway, it becomes a topic quite regularly, and people are interested. For me, that's why I posted that one video for you, or up above. Antarctica story, we're closed. Taboo conspiracy video.
Yeah, thanks. I'll watch that later.
Yeah, it just goes through the details of the impracticality, whatever, how impractical it is. There's, of course, tangible governmental reasons why it's impractical, but there's also the natural impractical nature of trying to do anything in Antarctica.
This may be a wee bit out of left field here, but I think that the world wants you to acknowledge it as real in order for it to exist. That's a little bit, I know it's a little bit strange.
Wait, say that again? I kind of missed.
Well,
say that again?
Okay, so the world is full of charlatans. I think that the world or life or whatever is going on here needs your acknowledgement. It wants you to think that it's reality in order for it to be reality or to exist. It's a little bit deep. It's nothing to do with the conversation. Just ignore it.
Yeah, that sounds familiar to the topics I've heard. That some people suggest that behind your back there's nothing in existence. It doesn't exist at all behind you. But when you turn around, it becomes it into existence based on your memory or something. Some people think that it's a variation of that belief, where they believe that everything is fuzzy, physically fuzzy in reality, but then when you focus on it, it becomes crystal clear in physical reality. So yeah, I've heard similar ideas promoted. PMAC. That's a familiar topic.
Yeah, my internet is it's taking a walk over the curve and then it's coming back. It's fucking strange today. But yeah.
Yeah, that sounds weird.
It's weird.
So there's this thing called inadvertent blindness, and how it works is when you're going home after work, right? You have all these memories of the stop sign to your right. You pass it over and over and over again. And if there's no danger that, seems to be there, like maybe a gang or a motorcyclist or, some dude driving crazy, what your brain will do is just fill in that spot, that gap that you're not focusing on with a memory. And that's how you hear the wrecks, people get in accidents where I didn't see him, he came out of nowhere, right? So this inadvertent blindness, think about it like the woman with the red dress, right? So you're so focused on the woman with the red dress, you don't see anyone else around you, and then there's her boyfriend to knock you out and rob you from behind because you couldn't keep your eyes off of the woman in the red dress.
She was gorgeous,
Is this related to inattentional and attentional blindness?
I think you could call it that. Yeah, I think so. So it's like when you didn't mean to not see it. So I heard people flew over Stonehenge, right? They come back 10 minutes later for the next flyby, and they're like, "Oh, the crop circle! Look, it popped up in 10 minutes." No, stupid! You flew by the first time. You were looking at Stonehenge because it was the first time you flew by Stonehenge. 10 minutes later, you're not focused on Stonehenge as hard, and you're looking around on the other side. Oh, look, the field over there has a crop circle.
Yeah, I posted a little article about the attentional and inattentional blindness phenomenon. It's one of those things that's been demonstrated many times to expose our imperfection of perception.
So if you're wondering why, South Park all the Harley guys, they pull up and they're like, you know. What we're trying to do is we're trying to like appear slightly dangerous. That's why we swerve through intersections and stuff like that. Is so that we can get you to focus on us, because you will focus on what you perceive as a threat. So we try to scare you with our mufflers a little bit, just so you go, what was that? Where are they at? Okay, I see them. There they are.
You say we? Are you one of those guys?
I do not have a Harley, but I do have a cruiser.
I got you.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
I got one more topic for you. I just thought of.
Yeah.
So Falcon 9 with those reusable canisters. Right? I thought that was 100% CGI. Someone just showed, like, because I had only seen SpaceX's film of those things landing. Someone just posted like maybe 5 other different sources of them being filmed. And granted, you know, I'm not 100%. I'm still like, you know, okay, I've seen 9/11. I know they can produce video from different sources, but what are you guys' thoughts on those boosters being able to land themselves?
No.
So you think that maybe the 5 other vantage points where people are taking cell video from are all CGI too?
I think that's crazy. From near apparently Earth orbit, with a couple of fins moving at Mach whatever fucking speeds, ridiculous speeds. That's something like that, by the use of a couple of fins and fuel, can. Nah. Well, that's just me.
That's what I thought. But let me show you. I'll put in chat the video someone posted, because I'm a complete skeptic, and I still am a skeptic of it until I see it with my own eyes. Just because I know what they can do with video trickery. But I was just surprised that they had the landing from a couple different vantage points.
In this movie, the GIF I just posted with Charlie Chaplin, which is kind of it's the funniest stupid scene where he's bouncing the globe with his butt. Oh my gosh, it's so ridiculous. Yeah. That's Charlie Chaplin. It's Charlie Chaplin, for the record. Later on in the scene, he appears to jump up to the table. But it was pointed out, based on how his movement was, it is impractical to think that he actually jumped up to the table, and that it was a clipped segment that was reversed, where he was actually jumping down from the table. But they put it in. They edited everything very seamlessly, and yeah.
Isn't that ironic? They're using a balloon with the Earth painted on it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny stuff.
Where's gravity now, bitches? Sorry, Jigga, go ahead.
Oh, no worries. I'm just going to say, I haven't had a lot of time to look at these Falcon 9 heavy booster landings, but, like, I don't know. I mean, there has to be some explanation. We're able to catch these videos, either they're from, like, private sites where, I can't explain it yet, but I threw that in chat if you guys want to take a look.
It looks, sorry, Flatty, it looks so unreal, doesn't it? I just watched that, but it looks so fucking unreal. It looks so...
Yeah, I was just going to say, how high up videos capture them? You know, is it possible to land something like that? But how high up does it come from behind the clouds, or, you know? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I have a pet theory. I think Elon Musk is the third Antichrist. because he caused fire to come down from heaven and he made people stand in wonder and all this crap. I'm starting to think Elon Musk might be the next Antichrist.
Well, he's definitely not as cool as he portrays himself in social media.
Shit, have you ever seen him try
I
to
don't
dance?
want a brain chip in my head. Well, that's just too damn bad.
Yeah, the one I've said this before. The one week he says, "Oh, AI is the biggest threat to fucking human existence," and the next week he buys a whole bunch of stocks in AI fucking companies.
Open AI, the solution. If you can't beat them, join them.
Now, what do they call that thing again? Putting that thing that he's talking about putting in your head.
Neuralink.
Neuralink, that's the one.
Yeah.
Do you reckon we can get Get to hack into that?
Oh my goodness.
With his voice, no problem.
No, his previous life, he was a hacker, wasn't he? Didn't he talk about hacking into some government places and things?
Yeah, that's a really...
You can tell those rockets are landing are real because it looks so fake. All right, Larry. Hank? Yeah, okay. 1959, 2016. Wow. Good catch. There was a meme the other day I seen. It was brilliant. Watching all the reruns of Simpsons just to see what the future holds.
Mm-hmm.
What's next in store?
Yeah, I found that meme on here. Somebody else posted it. But yeah, I guess it was reclaimed.
I seen it on YouTube somewhere. Yeah, Music Gear or something. Platter of Music Gear. Or somebody else. Don't quote me on that. To me, it's always fascinating. If you want to see where the future's going, you just watch the sci-fi. You watch what they make up. You watch what Star Trek's pulling out. It always fascinated me. Uhura, Scotty, Kirk, Spock, and they're talking to each other on a screen, live, screen to screen. And you're like, wow. You know, in the 1970s, 80s, you're like, jeepers, man, that must be like that's like 2060 or 2080. They'll be doing that kind of shit. And within 20 years, there was people talking screen to screen anywhere in the world, you know. We used to think it was fascinating that Kirk could walk up to the door and the door automatically opens all by itself. You know, geez, how do they manage that? That's some future tech there. That's way in the future. And it's like just what do they call it? There's a name for it. Predictive programming. Yeah. It just eases the people into it. Eases you into it.
Would you say the Nintendo Game Boy, the original, was the start of the kind of handheld device? Like, I know Nintendo used to make those cheapier, like little one-in-one games, little handheld things. You put all the little batteries in. But
the Game Boy?
Yeah, do you reckon that was the start of this? You could put different cartridges in, you could play different games, you could do different things on it.
The Game Boy was revolutionary for sure. And You had the Sega did their version of it. I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Yeah, I'm blanking on that.
The
What was that?
Sega Genesis, but it was the Sega Genesis handheld. I thought it had its own name. Genesis handheld. But then, of course, there was the GBA, the Game Boy Advanced. Genesis Nomad apparently was one of the names, but I don't remember that at all. That is not the one that I had. I'm not even seeing pictures of the one that I had.
Game Gear.
Sega Game Gear.
Yes,
Game Gear, that's the one. Game Gear. There it is. Yeah, it was just up, down, left, right, and 2 buttons. And big.
Yeah, it was chunkier, wasn't it? It wasn't like the Game Boy was quite sleek. Like, I know it was not as it is now, but it was a nicer kind of design.
Yeah, the Game Boy. My mom still has one of those. Still plays Tetris on it. It's like 30 years old or however many years old at this point. But yeah, I had one of those Game Gears too. For sure, I think that was definitely between the Game Boy and cell phones and calculators, the TI-83. Between those 3 devices, yeah, it was inevitable.
So in the village I lived in, there's a small video rental shop that like a little arcade in the back, Street Fighter and I don't know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, games, things like that. But I remember going in one day just after Christmas, and there'd be like 4 kids sitting with their backs against the walls on Game Boys, pretty much like how kids are looking at their phones these days. So just a little flash of that being the start of what we see now,
Yeah. Yeah. All together separate. All in their own personal world, but experiencing it together. You don't go hang out and play our video games. Yeah. And then you've got LAN parties of the late 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't matter where you're at. Who needs a LAN when you can have a 5 millisecond whatever that word is that I'm drawing a blank on. Latency, yeah.
Ping, yeah.
I was missing the radio show. I'll be back.
PMAC, how's the weather slightly west of here?
Don't know. I'm inside. Don't hang on. Don't give a fuck. Oh, it's cloudy. Holy fuck,
is it?
it's cloudy. Would you know it's cloudy?
It's super hot, yeah.
Yeah, it's murky, super hot day. The clouds make it a little bit hotter. Oh my god, there's just clouds, grey clouds. Fuck me. What a difference. Like I've never seen that before. Clouds, clouds, more clouds. Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. It is really cloudy. Yep, super hot. Spain hit 30. No, where was it? 40, 45 degrees Spain hit the other day, didn't it? I'm from Magaluf in October, or Shagaloof as they call it.
You ever been on one of those Ibiza or Shagaloof type party place holidays? You know?
Have you?
I've never been. Have you?
No. I'm unfortunately not such a degenerate. Wouldn't mind. I wouldn't say no though. Nah, it's my mate. My mate's fucking. He's about 15 years younger than me, my best friend. So he drags me out to all these festivals and bloody shit. Getting too long in the tooth for that kind of shit, but apparently I'm a good wingman. Hey, what part of England you in, Flatty?
I'm in South Wales.
You know, I thought there was a wee bit of Welsh about you there. Oh shit, that didn't sound Welsh at all, did it?
A bit more Celtic.
That was more Celtic, wasn't it? More Scottish, more north of the fucking border. No, I'm getting there now. Oh, aye. It's a bit of a long-winded joke. Farmer's looking for a farmhand. A guy shows up. Says, show me what you can do. He goes down. The cows are mowing. Yeah. Mooing. Hey, meowing. Not fucking cats. They're fucking cows. Yeah. This guy comes back up to the farm. He goes, Did you milk them excessively there the last 2 weeks? And the farmer went, well, actually, yeah, I did. I needed to get them. Well, they're not happy. They're not happy. That's why the milk's going to stop in there. I said, bloody hell, okay. He goes down and he talks to pigs, and the pigs talk to him, and they oink back, and he goes back up to the farm and he says, did you stop feeding them the slop and the thing? It wasn't. Yeah, well, they're not happy with the diet. They're not happy with the diet. He goes, holy shit, bro. This guy knows his shit. So the farmer turns around to him and says, listen, I want you to go down and talk to those sheep, but whatever they tell you, they're fucking lying.
I got it.
Sheep shagger. Suppose I should have said he was from Wales.
There's no sheep here. What are you on about? Maybe one or two.
So, Flavy.
Yes, dude.
1 cat, 2 dogs. How many kids?
2.
How
2
many
boys.
wives? How many wives?
1 wife.
Just the one. Fuck, what's fun? Only 1 wife. What the fuck? They don't do that plural marriage in Wales like they do in Saudi Arabia, no?
No, I don't think so. That's an Irish thing, isn't it?
No, an Irish thing. An Irish thing is drinking and singing songs. That's an Irish thing. Many wives. We'd be lucky to get 1. Fucking ship, yes. Oh, there's looks like there's two of them, Jigga. One says for watching, one says Helioskeptic. It's a conspiracy.
"24/7 Flat Out Disco 2020. Shout out to Helio, Crypto, and Indio, and the Chocolate saying, to everyone else on the live stream, it's time to dream. Join us in this heresy. The earth is flat, visibly. Life is still a mystery. The name is Trace, but I have another name. They call me love, wisdom, harmony. I see the fractal symmetry, just as it was meant to be. Our common shared destiny, the unity in you and me. Omnipresent divinity, occulted from humanity, manifesting all of reality. A working karmic synchronicity, life a harmonic symphony. Love is sincerity, dare to think differently for this flat earth epiphany. Join us in this heresy. The earth is flat, visibly. Life is still a mystery. They tell us quite merrily it's gravity, incoherently with insincerity. No evidence apparently, just appeals to authority. The fallacy there inherently, just imagine it vividly. All you get is imagery, lacking in validity, contradiction, inconsistency, pure and simple comedy, a globe model parody. That's all they have currently. No proof, no ability, it's the epitome of futility. Boy, you have my sympathy. A fantastical story from a scientific industry, repeatedly lying flippantly, science officially, pseudo actually. It's a religious ministry with scientific mimicry. Truth fears no scrutiny. They tell us, you see into infinity. The method is quite finicky. Science proves nothing sufficiently. A contradiction contingency, quite the travesty. A pseudoscientific blasphemy. The method lost no efficacy. Join us in this heresy. The earth is flat, visibly. Life is still a mystery. Additionally, blind faith voluntarily appeals to the majority. That's how you're held in captivity with no proof of veracity. Through familiarity and publicity must program themselves religiously. We all serve the fiat currency. Complete lunacy, oh my god, the irony. Can't you see the tyranny? We've given up our liberty for a false sense of security, a self-imposed captivity, wistfully complacent complicitly. Sold our children into slavery, immorally accepted depravity, a docile march invisibly straight into domesticity. Join us in this heresy. The earth is flat, visibly. Life is still a mystery. We who resist cannot be the minority. Join us for all of posterity.
Gigabit, your question about the YouTube stream, it includes the live stream voice text as well as some custom graphics, but it is the live stream voice text. It's supposed to be. Yep, it is. It is indeed. Hmm. Hmm. Waypoint, feel free to say hello. I saw you light up, but I didn't hear anything. Try again.
Is it working?
No, it isn't. I think that was a philosophical question. Yes and no. Some of us are on Twitter. The stream is on Twitter. Let's see here. Whoops. All right, reply.
international flavor of the Seattle World's Fair in the skies. Here are scientific crossroads that symbolize the international spirit of space age tomorrow.
Yeah, we're at a crossroads. I'm living in your tomorrow, and it's an international dystopia filled with man's sorrow. You can forget the delusional utopia. Sitting at your workstation, do you get the implication of your predestined designation? Syndrome, domestication, status, victimization, vocation, misapplication of man in creation. One step closer to automation or complete behavioral modification, a psychological operation on the entire population. Programmed emasculation and freedom eradication, now it's truth by declaration and character assassination. Wars between puppet nations, propaganda on every station, public lost in mass consumption of poisons like fluoridation. They fool you with the concentration, it's still rat poison by demonstration. Is Epstein's friendly relation the solution to overpopulation? With his World Health Organization and the justification, vaccine monetization for a fake infestation, complete dehumanization, medical registration, moral degradation for the elite's preservation. All based in misinterpretation, using the media centralization through the repeated indoctrination and state-sponsored misinformation. It's human experimentation, trauma-based vaccination, isolation and deprivation is not medication. For psyche fragmentation, done in desperation, a fear of humiliation, done with our cooperation, a moral resignation, and controlled publication, a scientific imitation. That's not science, bruh. That's pseudoscience. Bring up child exploitation related by royal blood relations, protected by black law legislation is all an abomination. Protecting its reputation, an aberration, deserving no admiration, leading to your predation. Fixation, inflation, deflation, endless persuasion, familial separation, and economic migration is actually an invasion. Racial segregation, CTR integration, discrimination, guilt by association, all for the acceleration of your damnation. It's just your imagination, but requires your hesitation and moral pervasion. Compliments of the Mason. So welcome to the plantation. Understand the ramification. Through our cooperation, dedication, and determination, you get the qualification. It's time for a re-evaluation, an actual verification, a graduation from animation and manipulation. Work on your cultivation and communication. Share the information with the population about the situation. This will lead to the unification and scientific invigoration. Through endless inspiration, it's a harmonization of civilization. Avoid the temptation, break the domination, have the realization and find the motivation. The invalidation of the explanation and imagination brings about a transformation. It's time for a rejuvenation of mankind in creation. This is your invitation for participation in mankind's liberation, man's salvation, a true revelation. Peace.
That was good. I liked it. That was you, right, Drace?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, I'm looking for some stuff to put on. I uploaded some more talking from the Discord, but while that's uploading, I'm gonna play one more song.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs are in doubt cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, Sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would you lie? Why would you die? Who gave you rights? Why are there nights? Who gave you lights to take in the sights? Who had that almighty might? You gave up your rights for the stories of light. How about daytime tonight in your box is uptight? You put up no fighters to snuff out your light.
No.
That's not too bright. Why would you lie? So you bow and comply. Thinking you know him while only gas blowing. Meanwhile we over here flowing. The truth is showing. Denial's still ongoing.
But why?
Why would they lie? They got things to hide. Bound in their egos and pride. The science is misapplied. System designed to divide. Truth it gets denied before it is survived. Don't ask me why. I'm not the one who lied, my guy.
I don't know. Everything anyone sees could be an illusion under the control of an all-powerful demon.
Who's the conspiracy theorist now? You have no ground to stand on. Sad fact is, I don't think all of you can be saved. Some of you just need to go through some life changes before you're ready. We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs are in doubt cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, Sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would they lie? Don't ask me why. It does not apply. To blindly ask why, just let it all cry. It's okay, guy.
No.
Besides, you can review. It's long overdue. Don't let them subdue you using voo-voo like you do. And poo-poo with your mind ain't a thumbs screw. With your mind askew, it's hard to change your view. Sorry, we falsified our former worldview. There's nothing left but the glue. We broke free of the mental zoo, and you can do it too. Just break through and learn the mental kung fu. Do logic stay true, and I thank you. We are your peer review. The earth is flat, stationary, and the sky is still blue. Who knew?
Me?
Now you do.
Oh, me.
Welcome to the earth. Snacks on the left, drinks on the right, and toilets at the back. The DJ is spinning all day, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord.
So I win.
And here are a few minutes of Miggy talking to pass the time.
Cool.
James. So the first thing he was mentioning is the Earth-based curvature, right? That the Earth has a curvature drop rate of 8 inches per mile squared. That was said to have been just a belief because you didn't know, Larry. The second one was axial rotation, that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis. You said as well with that one that you don't really know. You just believe that because that's what's been told to you. So we'll put point number 2 being axial rotation as a belief.
Yeah.
The vacuum of space, however, that came into a little bit of like conflict in your mind, and you started to kind of reason a way into like how that could be possible. So when we're talking about point number 3, the vacuum of space, gas pressure. In every instance that we could see here, whenever we talk about pressure, the necessary antecedent for pressure, gas pressure, is a container. That you need one. You need a container in any example that you're going to have gas pressure. Now, would you agree with that, Larry, or would you disagree with that?
Yes, I would agree that you do need a container for gas pressure.
Okay. And if we're going to demonstrate this to somebody, it's going to be something that happens always. I'm not going to be able to say at some point I'm going to give you gas pressure in an area without a container. like a high volume of pressure, and then of course adjacent to that would be like a lower pressure without a container. I would not be able to demonstrate that to you. Do you agree with that as well?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. With that being said, we're gonna now go turn to Earth. If we're saying that they're telling us at some point the pressurized system, even if it's gradual, becomes less and less to the point where it becomes nil, and gets into like the vacuum or low pressure, and you have a pressurized system residing next to a vacuum, then that right there, without a barrier, that you can't have that. In the instance that James was trying to show you with the fish tank, is that in between the pressurized system and the no pressure, lower pressure system, when you remove the barrier, that what would happen is that the high pressure would move into the low pressure until it equalizes. So that's what would happen always. And that's what we see with the natural law. That's entropy, right? Hot moves to cold, high pressure moves to low pressure, always. That's what happens with, here on Earth, with natural law. So if we're talking about the 3 points in the vacuum of space being adjacent to a pressurized system, then we could say assuredly that we need a barrier. That would mean that the Earth would be a closed system. But yet they claim, the positive claim is that the Earth is an open system, meaning that you could travel with rockets into the medium of the vacuum of space. So this is not possible in the understanding that, you need a container to have pressure. Now, there was something you brought up. I was listening to the conversation. I think you said something like the atmosphere is containing itself, or some. Is that what
yeah? Just kind of the actual barrier. The atmosphere itself is the barrier between Earth and space.
Okay, so what we're saying here is that the gas is actually containing the gas.
Yeah, I mean, it might sound silly, but the gases
No. Right, but what I'm saying is, if we're going to demonstrate that, could we?
Could maybe not here on Earth, not easily, of course, because we can't recreate the atmosphere.
Well, it's a mixture of gases.
Mm-hmm.
So we can have the air that we're breathing try to contain the air that we're breathing. I don't think that's not a container. We need a physical container to contain the air that we breathe. Then it becomes applicable to say that you can have high pressure next to a low pressure and side by side, but you need to have a container to separate them. If you don't have a container, the high pressure will move into the low pressure always. This is just it's entropy. It's just what will happen. Like, we can't. There's nothing that we can do to prevent that from happening unless we have a container.
No, yeah,
that
makes sense.
Key.
Right. I just remember, this is kind of an off topic, but in Star Wars, when in the spaceship, when they blow out the side of it, I don't know if just like Star Wars, and then you can see the changes in air pressure as the window's blown open and the people get sick.
Right.
Just adding on to your point.
High pressure moving to low pressure. Well, you get the idea. But that's what they say, that the Earth is with the high pressure next to residing next to the lower pressure vacuum of space. So the reason why we're saying that cannot even exist is because it would break the natural laws in which we see the world around us abiding by. So you can't have high pressure next to low pressure like the vacuum of space and the air not rush into it. It just would. Every single time it would do that because there's no barrier to stop it. Gas doesn't contain gas. You need a physical container to stop that from happening. So point number 3 being that the vacuum of space is a medium that you could travel into is not possible in those regards. So whatever they're doing, to tell you that it's real, they're only reifying the idea that the vacuum of space is a reality, that man can travel to the moon and satellites in low Earth orbit, on and on, et cetera, et cetera. But for you to verify that, you would actually have to go there yourself. That's not possible. So verifying that the air that we breathe is next to a vacuum is not possible. So right now that stands only as a belief in your mind. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd say if it's not measurable on Earth currently, then yeah, it would have to be a belief.
Okay, so putting the 3 points together, meaning that Earth having curvature, the second one, axial rotation, and the third one, the vacuum of space, are all just a belief within the construct of the globe Earth paradigm. And so coming into this knowledge, we ask the people to honestly, intellectually honest, kind of look at those 3 points and say, do I really know, or have I just been believing this? And so it always comes back to, because you're being honest, Larry, that you just believe because you've been taught this information. There's nothing that we have done, and nobody has done, actually, I could say that with honesty. Nobody has done to verify this, because these constructs have only been given to us via school, whatever, movies, however Star Wars, like the way you said, like the understanding of space and all that. So all these things are just, they're concepts in our mind that we carry on as a belief of something that, that we think exists. So I'm just prodding your knowledge as to what you know, but thank you for being honest about it. But it's still, as it remains right now, Larry, just a belief in your mind that Earth has curvature, that it spins, and it's, that we're flying in outer space and so on and so forth. So with those 3 points being said, do you have any questions about flat Earth? Any that you want to ask? And I'm pretty sure people here would like to answer.
No, I think that was a really great discussion, and I appreciate you having this conversation with me. I had noticed Black Panther 326 had a question.
Sure.
So I feel like, yeah, if he wants to ask that, he can go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, can I just get in before that? Whoever you were speaking to, Mickey, I don't know who you were speaking to, but I was really impressed with how respectful he was and how you guys just managed to talk.
I second that.
Just accepted everything that was logical. It was really nice.
Thank you.
Really refreshing. We appreciate you.
Yeah, hopefully that template works with some of these more astute guys. I have faith in that.
Yeah, that was the template, Jenny.
Is it written down?
Sorry.
What's that?
Is it written down? Do we have a type?
Yes, the template is curvature, axial rotation, and vacuum of space.
That's it.
Earth curvature, Earth spinning, or moving, and space.
and the honest concession of the 3. So the honest concession of them 3 is key to move on to the next one. So
right.
If
So
it's,
where did you see curve?
Right.
Where did you find spin?
Right.
Where do you find gas pressure without a computer?
So the logical endpoint of it is that it's a belief in all 3 points, and that's where you need to wind up being on each point before you move on to the next. So the template works if you bring the person to the understanding that it's only been a belief system, but do it in a way that you open it up so that they can answer. Like I gave Larry the floor to kind of explore his understanding of what he knows. I didn't tell him what to think. I just asked him what he knew. There's no right or wrong answer to any of these questions.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that. I honestly believe he did a fantastic job just with this debate, because he made it feel very open and very comfortable, and I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem, Larry.
Do you mind? Takes two to tango, though. I would just say it takes 2 to tango, so it's credit to you as well.
Before the guy leaves, can I get him to do a thought experiment?
I don't really have a ton of time right now to do that, but maybe another time.
It's really easy.
All right.
So
I don't know.
If you have a 6-foot observer,
Flat Earth. I guess we got to respect the guy's boundaries. He said he didn't have a ton of time, dude. Like,
very easy. It's not even a minute long to do.
Yeah.
It's.
I feel like we're pushing at this. You know what I mean?
I know. Yeah. Give some people some others to have a chance to discuss, because I'm sure there's a lot of others with questions here. So let them have a chance.
So you don't want to give them a real easy thought experiment regarding the horizon?
He kind of said that he didn't want to get into it. So I mean, at that you gotta know the boundaries. Like, I guess sometimes Flat Earth, like, you can't just barrel your way through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that 1 minute could lead. That 1 minute thought experiment could lead to a 20-minute conversation.
Right. So there's a lot.
If he doesn't want to hear it, he doesn't want to hear it, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of other people here though. Black
okay.
Panther might have a question for.
Yeah, Black Panther was talking a lot in the lobby, so maybe he's got some questions to ask.
Hey, Miggy,
I was
just
just
real
wondering
quick.
how time zones work with a flat Earth.
Does anybody want to get that?
To do with
Who wants to take it?
Well, that's
I'll take it.
That's number 2. On the template. That's along the lines of the spinning.
Mm-hmm. That is.
There you go. Take it, dude.
Time is a concept based off the star.
And probably the sun. Or not. Or the sun is a star, I guess.
The question is how do time zones work? He's asking that if the Earth is flat. Does anybody want to take that?
Sun is moving. That's the basic answer, right?
The sun, moon, and stars work as a clock. That's what we actually base time off of. It doesn't matter the shape of the earth. All time is based off the sun, moon, and stars.
I mean, I guess fundamentally, if I'll take it now. So fundamentally, what we're talking about is something we observe. So we know that time zones happen. If they happen on a flat or a globe Earth, it's actually to do with the shape of the Earth, which we can measure directly. So to me, it's like one of those questions that's it's like an indirect question, doesn't really answer anything. So I mean, and give you speculation if you like.
How
Would
about
you
an
like some
observation?
speculation, or
How about an observation you can do on a globe model in real time in a classroom with light and 2 sticks, and use the globe model to show that if you take 2 poles, you put one at the North Pole, and you put one.
Alrighty. Ned. Hi, Ned. You can say hello. Nithagar. Aha. How dare you.